And a good Wednesday, everybody. The Sportscast is live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there. Well, Johan Duran is human. He blew a save last night, and it cost the Phillies the game. They lose 3-2 to the Blue Jays. So we'll dive into that a little bit. Duran, we talked a little bit about this yesterday during Phillies Fastball. We brought up Duran. Remember, he got traded for last year. And one of the reasons for the trade was he had multiple years left on his deal. And that's something we're going to take a look at a little bit later on in the show today. Zach Wheeler pitched really good last night. Yet again, they couldn't get the win for him, and the Phillies lose a game that Wheeler pitches. You know, Zach Wheeler, we talked about it during Phillies Fastball yesterday. When the Phillies got Zach Wheeler, there was nobody that thought Zach Wheeler was going to be the guy that he has turned out to be. And they're going to need, this is one of those nights, again, where Zach Wheeler pitches his ass off and you can't score for him. And those are the nights that worry you so much. 6 innings, 5 strikeouts, 1 run. It's his 8th start of at least 6 innings, which is the longest streak in Major League Baseball this year with Christopher Sanchez. You got both of those guys. And as I've mapped out when I've talked about the Skubal situation, what if Sanchez pitches game 1 and you win, and Wheeler pitches game 1 and you'll lose? I'd much rather be turning the game 3 start over to Tarek Skubal than the guy I got tonight. Now, that doesn't mean the guy I got tonight, Jesus Luzardo, stinks. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is I don't know. I can trust Luzardo to go out there and spin me a gem. Now, 3-0 on the road this season, 154 ERA, 5th best among qualified pitchers. He might pitch well tonight, but in a playoff game, if the series is 1-1, you want Luzardo out there pitching? Or do you want Skubal out there pitching? And it's the night like last night that often we opine about. Man, Wheeler pitched well, but I lost. And listen, the offense last night is, again, the microcosm of the season that you are running into. The offense stinks. I mean, this offense stinks to the high heavens. On nights when they are good, they're averaging 5.3 runs per game over the last, couple of weeks here. So their offense has been better, no question about it. But you're facing a good team. Dylan Cease is he's been a Cy Young candidate, and he shut you down last night. And it was only him that shut you down. He threw 6 innings, but he struck out 11 guys. Hoffman in the 7th, Fluharty in the 8th, Varland in the 9th. And now they did score a run. Of course, that's when they got the second run of the game. But they could only muster up 2 stinking runs after scoring a run in the first inning. You get that run early in the game with Wheeler on the mound. You're thinking, okay, let's go. And they can't do anything else. It's so maddening watching this team play. Some of the at-bats are just so bad. Now, Turner, who doubled in the first inning, and then Marsh, man, where would this team be without Brandon Marsh having a career year? I mean, could you imagine if Brandon Marsh was the real Brandon Marsh? Not, will the real Brandon Marsh please stand up, please stand up. This guy here is having an outer body experience. This is not the Brandon Marsh that you, I, or anybody else has watched over his Phillies career. This guy's out there on another planet right now. Kudos to him. Where would they be without him? Bryce Harper's hitting .077 in his last 4 games against the Blue Jays. I mean, he has come up small time and time again. And this is a team that obviously has so many streaky guys. Schwarber 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts last night. Just another Schwarber donut night at the plate. Turner, he gets the double, but he had a bad strikeout later on in the game. Harper 1 for 2 last night, walked a couple times. Marsh, though, with the double. Bohm, Ofer with 2 Ks. Stott had the double down the line. He's the one that gave him the lead late in the game. So kudos to him. Real Muto, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Garcia, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. He hits a home run right night, striked out 3 times the next. Crawford, insignificant so far. I mean, Crawford got off to a great start. He's been miserable to watch recently. They hit for him late in the game last night with Sosa, and that was your offense last night. 5 measly hits and 2 lousy runs, but you did strike out 15 times. That's something to be impressed by. So we all know this offense is a big issue, and that is why they either A, have to go find – I don't even want to say it anymore. I think we should be fined if we say they need a right-handed bat. They've needed a right-handed bat since 2024, really. After Hoskins left in 2023, really when he got hurt, so he missed the 2023 season, right? And after that, they let him go. So really since 2023. When Hoskins got hurt in 2023, 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. They have not been able to find a human being that swings the bat right-handed and puts the ball in play. Not one. Think about that. Your job is to find a guy that can hit, that happens to be right-handed. What percentage of people on planet Earth are hit right-handed? Probably 70, right? How many people are right-handed versus left-handed? I think it's like 70-30, somewhere in that range. They can't find one guy right-handed to hit. It's unbelievable. How inept can you be? You search far and wide, all across baseball. You can't find one guy right-handed to hit. Trey Turner can't do it, for God's sakes. He had you guys all fooled last year. You know, I left last year by saying Turner had a good year, not an impactful year. Yeah, everybody said, well, he had the best batting average in baseball. He hit 308, great, 4, handshake, good job. Trey Turner stinks. Trey Turner can't hit. 226 for a guy who's supposed to be a hitter, not a power hitter. You know, Schwarber, his average isn't great. He strikes out a lot. Trey Turner's supposed to be a guy that makes contact, puts the ball in play. Put it this way. I was disappointed by him last year, and I'm extremely disappointed in him this year. Trey Turner has been an absolute failure for a $300 million guy. And I've been saying it for years. The guy was never worth $300 million. And even in a good year that he had last year, and I'm not saying he stunk last year. I'm saying he had a good year last year. He had a good year last year, but I felt like he made no impact last year. And this guy right now is anchoring them down. You know, you're not asking for the whole team to be a bunch of all-stars. But what if Trey Turner's hitting 270 with a 350 on-base percentage? His on-base percentage is at 278. To put that in perspective, okay, just to give you a little perspective on 278 on base, Alec Bohm's at 281. Bryson Stott's at 279. JT Realmuto's 291. Adolis Garcia is 271, which is only 6 points lower. 7 points lower than Turner's. Justin Crawford, 292. Other than Adolis Garcia, Trey Turner has the worst on-base percentage on the team for $300 million. I don't know what you do about that because it's an untradeable situation. It's not like you're going to be like, hey, you're getting benched for $300 million. Nobody has the guts to do that. And I know it's easy for us to say behind a microphone or driving our car around listening to the show. Well, why don't you bench him? Yeah, good luck walking up to a guy making $300 million, telling him, hey, buddy, you're taking a seat because you stink. That's not happening. But that, to me, is the microcosm of the issues here because you're not asking everybody to be all-stars. But if I have Schwarber doing what he's doing, if I have Turner with an on-base percentage of at like 350, and you're like, well, okay, why 350? That's where Schwarber is right now. It's not the best on the team, but it's at least, you know, right now the best on-base percentage on the team is Harper. followed by Marsh, and then Schwarber. So all I'm saying for Turner is to be the fourth best on-base percentage on the team. He's the eighth. You can't pay a guy $300 million and be the eighth best free on-base percentage on the team, especially a guy who's signed to get on base. I didn't sign Trey Turner to hit 35 homers. I didn't sign Trey Turner to win the batting title. I signed Trey Turner to hit about 270, get on base like 37% of the time, steal bases, hit about 20 homers, and he is failing miserably. And to me, here we are, June 10th. I don't think it's even a question. If I'm voting right now for least valuable Philly, Trey Turner is running away with this, and it's not close. And that includes Aaron Nola. That includes Andrew Painter. Because Nola's actually giving you a chance to win a couple of these games. Painter's a rookie. I'm paying this guy $300 million. And he's got the worst on-base percentage other than Adolis Garcia on the team. When I saw that this morning, I said, this is unbelievable how bad this guy has been. It's pretty sad, actually. And listen, Trey Turner's 32 years old. It's not like he's a 35-year-old guy and you're like, well, he's starting to slow down. You were thinking, okay, I'm going to get some of the prime years of Trey Turner. His 3 previous years here, none of them were any good. Okay, I take that back. He was good last year. He wasn't great. And I'm a guy who's like, hey, I'll give you credit. He had pretty good batting average, 300. He hits the ball, got on base. He had good numbers last year. He was good. He wasn't great. He has to be the lowest impactful $300 million player in the history of the game. That's tough to do. But listen, career numbers for Turner, 293, 345 on base. And I would imagine his on-base percentage coming into the year was about 350, which is all I was asking for. I'm imagining it dropped down to 345 because he stinks so bad this year that it actually was able to pull his career number down 5 points. That's tough to do at this stage in your career. You got to really suck. Congratulations, Trey Turner. You have won that award. You really stink. I mean, this is a guy on base. I'll go back to his Washington, like late Washington years. 298, 335, 322, 338. Excuse me, those are his batting averages. I would say those on-base percentages aren't all that great. They were his batting averages. His on-base percentage, 344, 350, 394, 369, 385, 375, 343. Philadelphia, 320, 338. Last year, 355. Had a good year. 355 is a good, solid on-base percentage. You up to like 370, 380, now you're getting to a great area. This guy stinks. He should be embarrassed to be walking down the street making $300 million, hitting 226 with a 278 on base. And I've been saying it for years. I give him credit. He won the batting title, but that's an embarrassment. For him to say I'm the batting champion at 304, he should say that's because the whole league can't hit. I was the best of the worst. Thanks for playing, Trey Turner. Now, why am I picking on Trey Turner after last night's game? Well, it's a microcosm of the whole season. He's the microcosm of the season. Underperformance. Underperformance. If he is performing, how different is this team? Because you got Marsh outperforming his career numbers. And you have Harper, he's been good, and Schwarber's been good. They don't have anybody else that's anywhere near good. Nobody. Everybody else right now is either outperforming or where they were, or they've been terrible. But Turner has been an utter disappointment. Marsh outperforming, Turner turnstile down to the bottom. It's really frustrating to watch. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. And I don't know what you do with them because again, you can't bench him. And this goes back to the Aiden Miller thing. Miller's not there to push anybody. Miller was the safety net for 3 different positions. The third baseman's not performing, he could play third. The second base isn't performing, he could play second. And God forbid the shortstop comes out and hits 226. Not that I think they would have replaced him, but at least it could have been a little carrot in the back of his mind to say, there's a guy that's here who's young, and I'm stinking right now. But there's nobody there. So I don't need to – there's no need to push. There's no need to get better. And I'm looking at Trey Turner, postseason numbers with the Phillies, 235, 200. And in his first year, that was the year that he had the standing ovation, and he was so bad for April, May, June, July. He finally came around in August, and he carried that into the playoffs. He had a great playoff for the Phillies in 2023, if you remember that. He was unbelievable. But right now, the microcosm of the team is $300 million to hit 226 with a 278 on-base percentage. Now, last night, Duran blows the save. Listen, he was bound to do it. It just goes to show how unbelievable Lidge and that run was. To go 48 for 48, it's inconceivable to think about that. You just one night, you just don't have it one night. And look, if you watched the game last night, they hit a couple ground balls where the Phillies defense was kind of in a shift a little bit. He hits the one ball the opposite way, and the shortstop's playing back behind the bag at second pretty much, and he hits it through the hole, and there's nobody there. It's a ground ball to shortstop for the most part. And same with the next hit. So 2 hits are where the guys normally would be playing, but the analytics come into play in this situation, and the Phillies basically adjusted their defense to the analytics, and it bit them. But those are the 2 guys that got on base. There are 2 ground balls. Ground ball to short, ground ball to second. Probably 2 outs if you just play your defense straight up. But they didn't. And they get 2 on with nobody out. And Duran ends up being the guy that ultimately, you're on the mound at that time when the defense isn't aligned, and you take the loss for it and you blow the save. But you had an infield single, you had a little squibber through the right side, and then you had the wild pitch that ties the game up, and then the base hit to win it, 3-2. That's it. And the Phillies lose that game last night. And in the big scheme of grand scheme of things, okay, they lost the game on the road. You blow a save, that happens. But you end up having a chance to gain a game on the Braves, who also lost last night. And I know big picture, they're still 9 games out. But, hey, you chisel away a little bit, and you see where you are at the All-Star break. You're still 9 games out of this thing. All right, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Kylie McDaniel, who is ESPN.com. He does like the top prospects. He ranks them all. He just put out his Phillies top 10 prospects. And this is what you're dealing with if you're looking at trying to make a trade. Number 10, Cade Ubermoller, who is over at, I believe he's still at Clearwater, young kid. Ramon Marquez, number 9, he's a pitcher. Matthew Fisher, number 8, he's a pitcher. Griffin Burkholder, he's an outfielder. Francesco Renteria, young, like 17-year-old kid. He is the 6th-ranked prospect. Arun Escobar, he's the second baseman. He is the 5th-ranked prospect. Dante Nori, who's hurt right now, he's an outfielder, left-handed bat. He is the 4th-rated prospect. Gabriel Rincones Jr. is a 25-year-old outfielder who hits left-handed. He is your 3rd-rated prospect. And then Gage Wood, the right-handed pitcher, who is the 2nd-rated prospect, and Aiden Miller would be number 1. Translation for me on that one is they don't got a whole heck of a lot. The system is filled with dreck. That list of 10 is pretty bad. I would say, look, when your 3rd best prospect is a 25-year-old playing double-A baseball, That's not a good sign. So the Phillies prospect list is not going to be all that enticing to try to make a trade to make this team any better. 609-403-0973 on the text board. I think this is a huge challenge for Dave Dombrowski. The big challenge to figure out how to improve the offense. And again, I don't see that right-handed bat that's going to help this team out. So how does Dave Dombrowski get creative with this team? Because last night's a microcosm. I cannot lose games like that when I have Zach Wheeler pitching. Right? That's the problem. That's a game when I have Wheeler pitching that kind of gem, I can't lose that game for him. And it just opens your eyes to the fact that, man, even if I have Skubal, if Skubal pitched that game last night, I lose because I can't score. But guess what? I'll take my chance that I'll pitch 3 games like that I'll win 2 out of the 3. That's what I have to do, right? All right, 609-403-0973. That's the White Horse RV text board. Jump on board, get involved. We got plenty going on today on the show on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ES. You'll hear from Nick Sirianni later on in the show. Geoff Mosher, football at 4. Former Philly Dave Gallagher at 5 o'clock tonight. Our Phillies Fastball is here as well. Just getting started. Want to hear from you. Text the White Horse RV text board 609-403-0973. And this hour of the show, it is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
I think it's fair to say that the law offices of Craig A. Altman will do a better job for you than the Phillies have done building this roster. Because if you get into a car accident, slip and fall at work, you need to make sure you have a good game plan, not hope for the best with a high-priced lawyer. With Craig Altman Law, you don't pay anything unless they win. So no matter what happens in your life, the unexpected things happen every day. I don't know how many times I drive past a car accident nowadays. Let me tell you something. If that happens to you, you got to call 856-327-8899, located in Vineland. Craig A. Altman. They are located right here in South Jersey, and they're here to help you tackle the insurance companies. 856-327-8899, or get a free consultation by visiting CraigAltmanLaw.com.
All right, coming up, does Mike McGarry see any help for Trey Turner on the way? Any signs of that? Plus, Johan Duran, he blows that save last night, and the Phillies lose 3-2 to the Blue Jays. Can they bounce back tonight? It's Jesus Luzardo getting the start. We got a lot for you today on the Sports Bash. 229 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's back in action tonight. Got the NBA Finals. Game 4 tonight. Listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Cross County Connection. It presents 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles providing fare-free transportation across southern Jersey. Connect to jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. I don't know that anybody drives more than Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Mike, where are you heading off to today? What are you up on your way to Rutgers, right?
Yeah, headed up to Rutgers for St. Augustine for the state baseball final against Del Barton. And you are right. When my oil change guy absolutely loves me. He sees me more than my wife practically. So
how many miles you put on your car a year?
Mike, I take my cars to about over 200,000 miles. My record is I took a Volkswagen Passat to 302 before the transmission went. That's my record. But I tell people it's all highway miles, so it's not as hard on the car. But I think I'm just fooling myself. But I take my cars. I get my money's worth out of my cars. Put it to you that way.
Yeah, I don't know too many people that drive daily as much as you do from here, there, and everywhere. Well, Mike, last night was one of those nights. It's the night that you talk about. I think we talked about it at the LPGA a couple weeks ago when we brought Scooble up. When I have Sanchez pitch one night, I win, and I have Wheeler who actually pitched better the next night, and I lose. That turns me into a free-for-all. And you had a great pitch game by Wheeler last night, but the offense just was not there. So we've been having this conversation for years. Is last night a night where you say, I need more pitching? Or is last night you say, they got to figure out a way to get more offense?
They have to figure out a way, in my mind, Mike, to get more offense, because last night was the perfect sort of example of why you need another bat or two in that lineup. You can not ask your pitchers to go out there and be almost perfect every night. You can't win every night 3-2. You can't lose every night 3-2. Occasionally you have to lose 10-8 or 11-7, and occasionally you have to win 10-7 or 9-6 or something. So right now, in my mind, the Phillies offense just puts too much, or the Phillies offense puts too much pressure on the pitching. It forces the pitching to be perfect. And if the pitching cracks just a little bit, as Duran cracked last night, understandable, he wasn't going to Brad Lidge it this season, you end up losing a game, and that gets exacerbated in the postseason where the offense feels even more pressure to perform. And in baseball, the more pressure you feel, the less likely you are to perform well, I feel.
I got to get into Turner because I think he's a microcosm of this offense. If Turner doesn't improve, they got no shot. This guy's got the second worst on-base percentage on the team. When I saw that this morning, I couldn't even believe what I was looking at. I mean, his on-base percentage is 7 points higher than Adolis Garcia's. He is lower than Alec Boehm and Bryson Stott and JT Realmuto and Justin Crawford. That's unacceptable.
Absolutely, Mike. We talked a little bit about Monday, his at-bats on Sunday, where he hit the double in the first inning against the Chicago White Sox, and you say to yourself, okay, I'm sitting in the press box at Citizens Bank Park, and I'm like, okay, maybe I've got a story here. Trey Turner starts to turn it around. But his next two at-bats were absolutely hideous. I don't think there's another player in baseball that swings at more pitches that land in the opposite batter's box than Trey Turner. And you are 110% right. If Trey Turner does not figure it out, it doesn't matter who they acquire. It doesn't matter what Garcia does in right field, what Bohm does at third base. If we don't get a semblance of the Trey Turner that we got last season, the Phillies are going to have a tough place getting to where they want to go.
Yeah, and I don't know what you do there, Mike, because that's a $300 million player. You don't bench him. You don't, replace him. There's nobody that you say, hey, you're going to get benched because Aiden Miller's our – he just has to keep playing. And not only does he have to keep playing, Mike, it's almost like he has to keep hitting in the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to drop him down in the order. You're absolutely right. You're not going to bench him. You might give him an occasional day off or two to maybe get his head right a little bit, allow him to sort of clear his head a little bit and refocus. But you're right. You're basically got to put his name in the lineup card and hope that he starts hitting. And you start looking at this contract long term, there's a long way to go. But his first season was disappointing. Last season he was good. And this season he's not good at all. So unlike what Meatloaf says, Mike, 2 out of 3 is not bad. 2 out of 3 is not good in this case with Trey Turner. And you're right. The only option is to write his name in there and look up to the heavens and say, I hope he hits today.
Right. Well, and he's only 32 years old, Mike. So what do you make? This isn't like a guy who's like old and declining. Hopefully not anyway. What is your reasoning why this guy has been, I mean, he hit 304 last year, won the batting title, which was a weak batting title, let's be honest, but he's at 226.
Yeah, it's frustrating, Mike. And I don't know. All I can say is, and I'm hoping for the sake of Phillies fans that this isn't correct, is maybe, Trey Turner was a guy we saw when he came to town with the Nationals and the Dodgers. We'd get pieces of him, right? We'd see a little snippet of him here. You turn on Sports Center or Quick Pitch on the MLB Network, and, if he did something big in a game, you'd see it on the highlights. But we didn't watch him day in and day out, right? And, I'm afraid is the possibility that, maybe the Phillies overpaid for this guy. Maybe he's not the player that we all thought the Phillies were getting when they signed him. Because you're right. He hasn't been really injured. He had a little hamstring problem. I think it was last season, but he's been relatively healthy. He just hasn't been what I think we all envisioned him being when he first signed here. And I don't know what the answer is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they had him at leadoff. They moved him to 2. That really hasn't done much for them either. So I don't know what you do with that spot. And again, we look around far and wide in this league, and one of the things, Mike, I saw that ESPN put out the top 10 prospects in the Phillies organization. I just don't think they have a whole heck of a lot of attractive pieces that anybody really wants outside if you said, hey, Painter, if they traded Mick Abel last year and got Duran, I would think Painter still has some value. Crawford, I don't know that anybody's like, yeah, I got to have that guy. And Miller being hurt, that's your top 3. What's left over, other than Gage Wood, there's nobody that I think is going to get you a player that changes your lineup.
Yeah, there's nobody. I would agree. Nobody has replaced the Painter and the Crawfords, and you might as well put Miller in that category because he's hurt. The next 3 guys don't measure up to those 3 guys, right? Last year at this time, we could have talked about trading Painter. We could have talked about trading Crawford. We could have talked about trading Miller. If you're not going to trade those guys now, one is Miller's hurt. He's basically untradeable. 2, Painter's in the big leagues, hasn't pitched well. Crawford's in the big leagues, hasn't really hit the ball all that well, although I think he is improving defensively. In the system, there's nobody come up behind those guys to replace those guys. And I think that's kind of what, Don Mattingly said when he said about 2 weeks ago, the cavalry's not coming. I mean, there's no bugles being blown in the background here. The guys that you're putting out on the field are the guys that are going to be on the field. Maybe have enough to get like an Austin Hayes type of guy in here or something like that. But I don't know if you have enough to really swing this lineup or change this lineup unless you were going to do something really big. And, I don't know if you're going to do that in season, basically.
I don't see it happening, man. I'll tell you. I know everybody always talks about Trout. You and I have talked about Trout. We don't even know that Trout wants to be moved. I don't know if the Phillies even have enough to entice. I don't even know if they have enough to entice the Angels at this point.
Well, I might get to the fact, too, I was watching, Sports Center doing a little work this morning, and across the bottom of the scroll, it says Trout got a hit last night and to drive in a run or something, breaking an 0 for 22 streak that he had. So, it's a fair question to ask is he the answer if you bring him in here? And what would happen in Philadelphia if you brought Trout in and he went 0 for 22 in his first 5 or 6 games? you'd be talking people down off the ledges and stuff like that. So I don't know what the answer is for this team right now, other than it's for the current guys who are struggling to sort of figure it out.
Well, it's funny you say that because we were talking about that yesterday, and somebody, brought up the point of, he likes it out there because he can walk down the street and nobody knows who he is. Does he want to walk around here every day having people either saying, "Hey, Mike," or you know what I mean? Like it's a different world when you're playing baseball in the Northeast.
Yeah, it is. Although I always thought, Mike, that Trout is such a good player and has such a passion for the game. I always thought it was a shame not to knock the Angels, but the Angels aren't one of those franchises. I just always thought it would be neat for Trout to play in a Boston, a New York, a Philadelphia, or play in some place where baseball matters. The St. Louis Cardinals, the Chicago Cubs. Play for one of those teams. I think a move like that might reinvigorate him and give him more energy being in a setting like that. So that's how I would look at it. That I think if he did get traded to a franchise with a big fan base, a place where baseball matters, I think it could re-energize him and maybe give his career a little bit of a jump start. That's how I would look at that.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He's on his way to Rutgers for some baseball today. A couple of years ago, you would have been going to see Chase Petty pitch. He got called up. He's going to pitch tonight for the Reds. And, he's been out of the lexicon of this area for a little while, the mainland graduate, but he's been up and down and up and down. He's getting called. Got to give everybody a little overview of where he's kind of been over his last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, he's made 4 or 5 major league starts. He had 3 starts last year where he kind of struggled. In his 2 starts this year, he's been okay. There are flashes of where he's had some really good innings, and then he seems to hit a bump in the road, and he gets in trouble, and he makes a mistake, and that mistake is a big one, like a 3-run home run. So that's kind of where his career is right now. In reading about what the Reds plan for him now, and I would kind of agree with this move. I think they're going to put him in the bullpen and pitch him out of the bullpen. I think he can be a very effective reliever. He reminds me of an Orion Kirkland type of pitcher. I think he can come in and sort of fulfill that role for the Reds. So while everybody wants to be a starting pitcher, some guys are more suited for the bullpen. From what I understand, the Reds are going to pitch him in relief a little bit, and I think it's interesting to see how that works out for him, because to me, with just his stuff, his look, his velocity, his slider, changeup, I think he compares favorably with a guy like Orion Kirkland.
All right, so Petty will pitch tonight. The mainland grad will pitch for the Cincinnati Reds. He got called up about a couple hours ago, and he will pitch for the Reds today for Cincinnati. He goes tonight for the Reds. All right, so check out more on that. And, of course, Mike McGarry will have a recap of today. Who's St. Augustine playing up there today?
St. Augustine, they're playing Del Barton. They're always playing Del Barton. Jack Leiter, Nick Volpe of the Yankees, Leiter of the Texas Rangers, played against St. Augustine in state titles before state non-public A title. Alex Weingartner starting for St. Augustine, possible major league draft prospect there. So should be a great game as the Hermits and Del Barton face off for the state non-public A title, which is really one of the premier, enrollment groups in New Jersey high school baseball.
And you can read more about that at pressofac.com, at AC Press McGarry for updates throughout the day. All right, Michael, appreciate it, man.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road.
All right, Mike's back on Friday as we preview the weekend. And, of course, the weekend, the Phillies have the Brewers coming up on the schedule. So that should be a very challenging. They're going to try to win the series today against the Blue Jays. That game is tonight, 7:07. The pitching matchup is Lazaro and Scherzer. And this weekend, the Phillies will be in Milwaukee to take on the Brouhahas. And, of course, we'll be all over that series right here on the Sports Bash. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live. And I have a little fun game with Josh later on in the show. He doesn't know. He might know if he looked at my rundown, but normally he doesn't. But don't cheat. All right. Did you cheat already? Did you already see my my topic later on in the show?
I did not see your topic later in the show. I only looked on the rundown for what audio I needed to prepare for today.
All right.
And then I completely ignored everything else.
Okay. Well,
So
later on,
I am conveniently and adequately oblivious.
okay. Well, later on, we got a little fun game we're going to play. Also, coming up on the Sports Match Live, football at 4, OTAs today, Phillies Fastball in 15 minutes. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day has to do with Mike Trout. And former Philly Dave Gallagher will join me at 5 o'clock tonight. All right, everybody, hang in. Your text messages are coming in on the White Horse RV text board, and I will read and react to them. Coming up next. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the X platform, YouTube, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, my guy Rocco at Key Acura is back with a new deal. It's easy to get into an Acura this month, now through June 30th. He'll take care of your first lease payment. How about that? You get a 2026 Integra, up to $450. He'll pay the deal for you for the month, or up to $1,000 on a 2026 MDX. Receive complimentary first month lease payments on either vehicle. Go to Key Acura, Tilton Road EAT, or visit KeyAcuraOfAtlanticCity.com. The small but friendly dealer. See dealer for details. So, a lot going on today. We've got NBA Finals tonight. I didn't get to ask Mike about the NBA Finals tonight. Bad job by me. But Carolina wins last night. First game that didn't end in with 1 goal separation. You watched that last night. There's history in the first 3 games.
There was
history last night.
Well, history last night too, actually, because the goalie Busey, he's never was drafted.
Not Gary Busey,
Not Gary Busey. He was not drafted, and he won a Stanley Cup final game. How about that?
I like it. Well, last night Carolina wins 5-3. That ties the series at 2-2. We have it for you all right here on 97.3 ESPN. There was a little history last. I won't say a little history. 5 goals in the Stanley Cup final for Stahl. It's the second most in a Stanley Cup final by anybody 37 years or older.
Yes.
Brad Marchand is the other guy. He's having an unbelievable 37 years old. He's the third oldest player to have 2 goals in a game.
I know he's also the third player to have 5 or more goals in the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup final, joining a list of
captain. First captain with a goal in each of the first 4 games.
Right. But the total goals, he's one of 3. He joins a list of exclusive guys. You might have heard of the Mario Lemieux and Wayne Gretzky.
Very good stuff. By the way, it's the first time in Stanley Cup final history that each team has scored 3 goals or more in each of the first 4 games. So if you're looking for action, they got action for you.
Plenty.
Yes, 5-3 Hurricanes win the game. And then tonight you got the NBA Finals. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Listen, the Knicks finally lost. A 12-game winning streak was snapped, and now they'll have to try to avoid losing back-to-back games.
Was it a good loss? Like, remember when the Lakers lost to the Sixers in that first game, and they got to hit the reset button mentally? Could last night's loss be good for the Knicks? Got to get back to basics.
I don't know. I mean, I thought that the Spurs had a chance to win all 3 games. Realistically, you can make a case that they were the better team in all 3 games. Maybe not the first game as much, but the first 3 games all won by the road team. That hasn't happened since the '93 Bulls.
Yeah, that was the Charles Barkley's sons, right?
That's right. Yep. So listen to that game tonight on 97.3 ESPN. The NBA Finals coming down to game number 4 at Madison Square Garden. Coming up on the other side, it's Phillies Fastball. Oscar and Geoff stop by. A tough loss for Wheeler. Blown save by Duran. The Phillies prospect list is out. We'll talk to Geoff about who on that prospect list has any value. Does anybody have any remedy for Trey Turner? We got all that and more. It's all coming up next. Phillies Fastball is on the way here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, into the 3 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash Live. It's time for Phillies Fastball, our daily segment on the Phils. Oscar Budijan, the former play-by-play voice for the Spanish radio broadcast of the Philadelphia Phillies, longtime broadcaster, and, of course, Phillies insider Geoff Kerr from Sports Illustrated. And, of course, you can check out all of his stuff right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's brought to you each and every day by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phillies game. They got 20 big screen TVs, food, drink specials, and so much more. Live entertainment. And the Sports Bash will be live at Ventnor Social July 29th for a Phillies day game watch party. Make an appointment to stop out and see us. We'll be giving away a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore. All right, Geoff and Oscar will set to join me right now to talk about last night's Phillies loss and some big picture stuff that I want to get into as well. There's the guys, if you're watching on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Oscar and Geoff, welcome back to another Phillies Fastball. First game, Duran blows the save last night. And Geoff, we were just talking about him. You got to sign him long-term no matter what. He must have been listening because that's one of those things. Tough night for him. That wasn't really a bad outing by him. Couple ground balls they were kind of out of position on.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. And look, Oscar and I were kind of discussing this a little bit last night. I mean, this is one of those you hate the shift, like you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't type of thing. But look, if Trey Turner's playing in position, he gets one out, and then Bryson Stott's not playing where he's playing. There's two outs. Maybe we're not talking about this. I mean, I didn't think Duran had his best stuff last night, but I don't think the Phillies did much to help him.
Nope. And Oscar, they've been using him a lot. That's something they keep saying, that he likes the workload. He likes to keep going out there. And I don't think his workload had anything to do with the game last night. As Geoff kind of said, they had those guys kind of out of position, kind of shifting over. I know Ruben Amaro kind of went off last night on the postgame saying, guy throws 100 miles an hour. Maybe move the guy over a little bit. You don't think the guy's going to square him up.
Look, to me, it's beyond Duran. Duran has been incredible for the Phillies this year. 16, saves in 17 chances. I'll take that any year, any point. Duran has elite stuff, and he's probably has. We were talking about it yesterday. Probably from a stat standpoint, he's probably the best reliever the Phillies have ever had. This guy throws incredible. His splitter is out of this world. His blinker is out of this world. He's really, really good. And if you saw, Realmuto even missed the pitch. The ball moves so much that even Realmuto missed the pitch, and they had to bring the trainers out. But
there's a reason for that. That pitch comp thing was dangerous. Realmuto could have broken his wrist last night, and we're talking about a much bigger issue here.
Yeah, I agree. But to me, yesterday boils down to wasting a one-run game by Wheeler. 6 innings. He did not have his best stuff. He did not have all his control. Only 5 strikeouts. He didn't allow base on balls, but he didn't look as sharp as he has looked before it. But the guy's a gamer. 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run. That's all you want, from your ace. But we couldn't close it, and we struck out 15 times yesterday with 2 base on balls, only 5 hits. The hitting was not there yesterday, in my opinion.
No, it wasn't. And that's the game that we all talk about.
You're not going to hit every day, though, right? You're not going to hit every game.
But 15 strikeouts.
Oscar, you're not going to hit every single game.
15 strikeouts. You cannot.
Oscar, you're not going to hit every single game.
I agree.
Is the Eagles' mentality.
Hold on 1 second. 15 strikeouts.
Were they up 2-1 in the 9th inning? They were up 2-1 in the 9th inning.
They were, but we didn't hit. To me, there are 3 parts of this game. Come on. There are 3 parts to this game: pitching, offense.
And you're not going to hit every night, just like
I got it. So relax for 1 second with me, okay? Relax for 1 second.
No, but you're acting like it's the end of the world right now, and I'm trying.
No, I'm not saying it's the end of the world. It's just one game in Toronto against a top team. You have the opportunity to lose. Duran blew it. Fine. It's going to happen. But to me, 15 strikeouts, we shouldn't be striking out 15 times. If you tell me you strike out 10,
Dylan
11,
Cease is a good
5,
pitcher,
15 times, not good enough.
Dylan Cease is a good pitcher, right?
He's a good pitcher.
Yeah, he's a good pitcher.
Well, then tip your cap to the pitcher.
I don't think we should ever accept the 15 strikeouts in a game. I think what Oscar's saying is right. Hey, you maybe put the ball in play a little bit. Maybe you score 3 runs. You struck out 15 times last night. You got no shot. And that's the game, guys, that I worry about. Zach Wheeler pitches his ass off, and that's the game I talked about where maybe you got to consider a guy like Skubal, because what I've mapped out is Sanchez pitches, you win game 1. Wheeler pitches, and you lose game 2. Now you're like, well, and because a 15 strikeout game is
47,
coming.
Mike, listen to this, 47%. 47% of the time we went to the plate, we struck out. Not good enough.
Well, but that's the point is, there's a 15 strikeout game coming in a 7-game series somewhere, and it can't be on a night where Wheeler pitches like that. That's
actually their last 2 losses, they've had 15 strikeouts in the game. So
there you go. And that's exactly my point. If I have Zach Wheeler pitching and he gives me 1 run against, and I lose that game. Now I know he left the game and they had a 2-1 lead, but you can't get the poor guy 3 runs in the game because you struck out 15 times.
Now, part of Oscar's argument I agree with. I think you got to score more runs than 1, but there are nights you're just not going to hit.
Yeah, listen, we all know there's nights over the long summer that you're going to not score runs. But
the guy with Burke
didn't score runs.
week.
By striking out 15 times on this side, I got to agree with you, Oscar, that 15 times is just unacceptable. But the problem is they accept it. Like, it's accepted in this game. Hey, you struck out 15 times. Oh, well, okay. No, you can't strike out 15 times and expect
Oscar, you would know this off the top of your head. Bottom of the lineup, but was it your 7th, wherever Garcia was in the lineup last night? I forget already. Weren't they 0-for-6 with 6 strikeouts? Something like that?
They were. I'll show you in a minute.
It was Garcia. It was
Ramuto, Adolis Garcia. They had six of the 15.
Yeah,
Crawford did not strike out.
They both struck out 3 times each, Garcia and Real Muto. But guys, I was talking about this at the beginning of the show. We really haven't put this under the microscope a lot. Trey Turner has the 2nd worst on base percentage on the team. He is 7 points higher than Adolis Garcia. His on base percentage is worse than Bohm, Stott, Real Muto, Crawford. The only guy on the team that's higher is Garcia.
We're not moving the poll.
We're not moving the poll. He's bad.
No, we're not moving any goalposts here. But we can't. I mean, what is it right now? June 10th, and it's still bad. Like, we thought it'd change, and it hasn't. This is what he is.
He's ugly, guys. He's ugly. I mean, he had a hit yesterday. He scored a run, struck out 1 time, but 226, 622 OPS. Come on.
This is your 2-hitter.
My only thing for him, there is still right field. Understand that there's still right field. You don't need to pull every hit. I mean, every ball. There's still right field. Go to right field.
You know what bothers me right now with Turner struggling more than anything? You had to move Schwarber back to the leadoff spot, and now his power's down all of a sudden. That's why I don't agree with moving guys out of a spot they're successful in.
Yeah. I mean, Schwarber's tricky.
But the big question is with Turner.
He is. I agree with you there. But, I think part of that could be moving in the lineup.
Yeah. He struck out twice, by the way, for Schwarber last night as well. But Turner, the first year when he really struggled, they moved him down the lineup. He had to work his way back up. You got to start wondering if that's the remedy here, is that, hey, we can't hit you 2 anymore. We might have to get you starting back at 6 or 7, and they worked his way back up, if you remember that, in 2023.
I mean, who are you going to put up there? I mean, that's before you could have maybe played with Stott. Before, who are you going to put? Brendan March? I mean, I ain't moving Brendan March for 4th behind Harper. I mean, right now. I mean, even though he struck out 3 times yesterday, but he got a huge hit. When we needed a hit, he delivered. I mean, yesterday. So
yeah. No, Stott, he hit that ball the other way. I mean, the one guy that I've said in the past that I wouldn't mind seeing in the number 2 spot, I know people will go crazy, but is Bohm, because Bohm's a guy who doesn't generally strike out a lot. He hits the ball to all fields. I know he hits into a lot of double plays, but if you're looking to get Turner...
It's hard to hit the double plays when you're hitting 2nd, though, at least at the beginning of the game.
Or 1st.
Yeah.
He doesn't run. He doesn't run good enough for me to be leadoff. I mean, on this team. So
not leadoff, number 2. Have him as a guy because he does hit the ball the other way. He goes gap to gap. He doesn't strike out a lot. He does hit into a lot of ground ball, double plays. But I'm just talking about a way to try to get Turner maybe going, because ultimately you cannot win with this version of Trey Turner. There's no shot of you winning with an on-base percentage of 270.
I mean, maybe it's time. Put Baum second. I mean, try it for 3-4 games, see what happens. I mean, maybe he wakes up Turner. I mean, look, this team is like the sum of its part doesn't increase the bottom number. I mean, this is a very star-led team that is individual. They either hit a home run or nothing. I mean, that's who this team is. They don't play complementary baseball. It's very, very hard for this team to do that.
I could say that about 20 teams in baseball, honestly.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but that's a reality of this team. We won this team. We're in the World Series, so they need to play complementary. Some of the not every day you're going to be able to hit home runs, and you're going to have to create and manufacture runs, and they have a very hard time doing that.
All right, Geoff, I want to, over at ESPN.com, they posted the top 10 Phillies prospects right now. I want you to kind of, because if they're trying to improve this team, this is the group of guys they're going to have to pick from, right? Cade Obermuller, Roman Marquez, Matthew Fisher, Griffin Burkholder, Francisco Renteria. They're the 6 through 10. Number 5, Arun Escobar. Number 4, Dante Nori. Number 3, Gabriel Rincones. Number 2, Gage Wood. And number 1, Aiden Miller. That's their top 10 prospects. Do you see a lot of value in that group right there that they could use to try to improve the current team?
Well, right now, Dante Nori doesn't have any value because he's on the IL with a hamstring injury.
Same with Miller.
And he's going to be out for a bit. And Aiden Miller's going to be out for, as we know his timetable. Gabriel Rincones is third. I was kind of shocked on that.
Yeah. Gabriel Rincones is third. And I talked about him yesterday. I said, he's a 25-year-old guy playing Double-A. That's not generally where you want to be at 25.
No, I mean, look, there's a good pitcher in Rang tonight, but it's like the same thing, Mike. Braden Tucker, right? Not really a prospect, but he's 26. He's been in Double-A pretty much. He's having a great year, having an ERA under 2. But yeah, I mean, look, the guys I think that are going to provide the most value right now are Arun Escobar, Ryan Rincon, Dante Nori when he's healthy, Gage Wood. I would never trade Francisco Renteria in a million years. I don't care if you offer me Shohei Ohtani for him. I wouldn't trade him.
Wow, Shohei Ohtani, that's a big. If
you ask me right now, I mean, with Aiden Miller hurt, I think Francisco Renteria is the best prospect we have in this system. I'm telling you, this kid is the real deal. This kid is going to be special. You're going to remember me in 5 years. And remember this program. It
might be quicker than 5, Oscar. The way
no. In 5 years, he's going to be star. June 10th, 2026, Francisco Renteria is going to be a superstar. Count on that
one. How old is he? 17 or 18?
You saved the programs, Mike. I hope you saved the programs, right?
We will have this saved. The YouTube channel will be on forever.
Phillies Fastball is around in 5 years.
Come on. Look at this. Talking about this. Based on MLB, the ranking of the Phillies were 20th in farm system ranking. In 25, we were 21. In mid-season, preseason, we were 17th. Mid-season, 24, 16th. And in 24, preseason, we're 22. This team is in the middle of the pack at best in terms of farm system.
Yeah, their farm system, I said, it's I know, Geoff, you're probably going to not like this comment, but their farm system's filled with dreck. They don't have anything.
Well, no, I would agree with you on that. Like, look, it's not – for me, there's players I like. There's players that can help them. But when you're looking at the totality of it, especially when you go up AAA, you're like, look.
They got nothing.
I said to a fan the other day, who you replacing Painter with? Just an honest question.
Right. But if you're trying to be involved in a trade for a Brian Buxton, even if Mike Trout came into play, who in this farm system would the Angels say, I'll take that guy and to give up Mike Trout or Byron Buxton? Last year is when you emptied the guys, Abel, Tyee.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk Buxton. Let's not talk Trout. I love Trout. I love who he brings. I love that he's from a city, from the area. I mean, I love all that. But look, let's be very clear. I mean, Buxton is the guy. You need that guy. Fix you a problem in center field. Even though he's injury prone, I mean, he's younger. I mean, probably have a more of a lifetime than Trout will have.
I have a question for you, Mike. How many years does Mike Trout have left on his contract? Is it
I think
7?
it's 4.
Oh, so he's got 4. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought it was.
Well, he's got. Let me make sure I'm right on that. I believe it's 4 years at $37 million per.
How old
That's
is
a
he
lot of
now?
money.
He's 34.
Yeah, he's older than Buxton. Buxton just turned, what, 31?
Yeah,
Oscar?
32. He just turned 32 in December.
32. I like Byron Buxton too, but I feel like that's the same issue, right? You know,
Trout is signed. Trout is signed through 2030. So he has this year, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So 4 years.
If we're going
left
by the
his
quote unquote window here, Trout may be better, but same with Buxton. I don't know. I just don't want another bad contract on this team.
He's
Trout
signed
is
to 2028 and about $15 million a year.
Buxton's contract is far more manageable. 2 less years and way less money than Trout is. Now, Trout
and that's why he will cost more than Trout, at least in my opinion.
Gay Wood, Escobar. I mean, those are the type of things that you could potentially offer for, and you're probably going to need more, but.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you think they want more than that?
Yeah, they want more than that, but I mean,
I want to trade like a Griffin Burkholder or a Kate Obermuir.
Yeah, somebody like that.
I don't know if they want to do that, even though they're only in single A. I don't know if they want to do that. They got to
replace. Well, I would, like last year, we were having the discussion about McGarry. He had been terrible in the minor leagues.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had a good minor league. He got called up, and he had those 2 really good starts. And then he kind of came back to earth, and that ended up getting you somebody. You wonder what has Painter done? What has Painter done to his value up here and coupled with last year in AAA?
It's the potential, Mike. It's the potential that he has. I mean, it's the potential an ace in a staff. That's his potential. I mean, you want to trade Zach Wheeler? Zach Wheeler. I mean, you're talking potentially a Zach Wheeler type of an arm. He just needs to continue growing, and hopefully one day he'll get there.
Yeah, Mick Abel to me was the team's MVP last year because you were able to get Yohan Duran because Mick Abel decided to pitch to his potential. He couldn't find the strike zone in Reading. I watched him for years. I'll still remember the day Orion Kirkring made his start in Reading. Orion Kirkring was so much better than Mick Abel that day. And Mick Abel started. Mick Abel always had control issues, could not find the strike zone. You weren't sure what he was going to be. Yeah, he was going to be an afterthought. And all of a sudden, just kind of got his head right, and he parlayed that. And he's a good player on the Twins. Like, I'm happy for him. That's why you got to be patient with guys like Andrew Painter. That's where I agree with Oscar 100%. Do you really want to trade Zach Wheeler?
No, but my point is, and I agree with both of you guys, but I'm saying how, like other teams, yes, I agree with you, Oscar, that other teams are going to look at the potential. That's why I'm saying 1-7, 6 ERA wouldn't scare teams off to say, I'll give you a big-time player, and I want that guy in return. No, now, the question would be, are the Phillies ready to say, we're not so sure about this guy? That, I think, is interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I personally would not trade. I mean, Andrew Painter is Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler is getting there. I mean, we're going to have 2, maximum 3 more years of Zach Wheeler. I mean, that's what we're going to get. I mean, so who's going to replace him?
And this is 2027. He might say after this deal ends in 27. I'm done. I'm out.
Let's put it this way. Gay Wood, it ain't Andrew Painter. So just from a capabilities and upside standpoint, his ceiling is way, way up there.
I think Gage Wood's going to help this team, but I agree. I don't think he. This is my only thing with Andrew Painter, and I've been on the Andrew Painter hype train for years. The last time Andrew Painter was any good was 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's why, Oscar, I'm wondering if other teams still view him the same way in terms of I would give you something of high value because I value him that much, or do the Phillies, have they changed their stance on him because they were unwilling to give him away for anything?
Let me give you an example. The Angels. Taylor Ward, he's on his last year this year. They went out and gave their best pitcher, Grayson Rodriguez, which is a guy that has tremendous potential but has always been injured. He's been like 3 or 4 injuries. He was
a top 10 draft pick.
He's good. He's really good. I mean, if this guy can remain healthy, he's good. I love what the Angels did. They gave Tyler Ward for a year, and they got a potential arm down the road because they're looking at the long term. To me,
and Baltimore fans are still very upset they traded Grayson Rodriguez because they gave up on him.
Absolutely, I would not have done that trade.
All right, boys. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. We got a long way to the trade deadline, by the
Foley,
way.
don't forget
Well,
Foley.
we'll be
the
talking
Philly,
about this
the
for
Philly
6
Sports
weeks.
Shop. The Philly Sports Shop. Go to FoleyOnSouth.com and get the best merchandising from our Fighting Phils, particularly if you're looking for World Series stuff. I mean, look, Christopher Sanchez, go get it.
All right, boys. Well, we'll do it again tomorrow. Hopefully, Phillies are able to take this series against the Blue Jays because they have the Brewers coming up this weekend, and we'll be all over that on Phillies Fastball. Geoff Kerr, Oscar Budijan, good to see you guys. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Let's
It
go.
was a pleasure, boys.
All right, there you go. Phillies Fastball. Geoff and Oscar are back tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Always fun, always spirited as well. Now, Geoff did mention that he wouldn't trade Renteria for Ohtani. I thought that was the comment of the day right there. I don't know if he was just problem with that. But if that's how good that kid is, woo, that could be fun in a couple of years. We'll have to, Josh, Oscar said to make sure we bookmark this show because he's saying in 5 years, remember this day where he proclaimed that Francisco Renteria will be a stud.
Can you tolerate me for 5 more years?
Nope. We'll just leave a post-it note for the next guy.
Well, everything's saved, so.
Coming up, by the way, Phillies Fastball brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go catch every Phillies game. Geoff was a little spirited today.
Yeah, he was getting really annoyed with Oscar. But you
Well,
know, it was funny because they both of their points were correct.
yeah,
They're both making the right
they're
point.
both making
but
the right point.
it's
It's
just-
one game. You're going to have a bad offense. But Oscar's point, my point, I agree with Oscar. 15 strikeouts. We can't normalize that.
No, it's unacceptable.
Yeah.
You can't keep striking out like that. But Geoff is right. Not every night you're going to be
Yeah.
successful.
Not every night you're going to be. And by the way, Dylan Cease, who's really good, he hadn't pitched in like over 3 weeks because he had a hamstring problem. He came out and dusted you last night with
Yeah.
11 strikeouts.
Yeah, you know what hamstring problem means? His arm was fresh.
Well, he should have been able to strike out 11 guys last night in any capacity. All right, coming up, Nick Sirianni. This will be the last time we hear from Coach Sirianni, probably until the first day of training camp. He gets asked right out of the chute today. What about the backup quarterback? We all love the backup quarterback conversation in this town. That's number one. He also talked about why Jalen Carter's not taking place at OTAs and how is Jalen Hurts learning the new offense? That and more. That's coming up next. You'll hear from the head coach, Nick Sirianni, next on the Sports Bash. Welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Eagles OTAs, they got one more today. It's the final one then from now until training camp, which means two things. One, birds are gone for a little while. But two, training camp is almost here. I mean, we're in June right now. Training camp, usually about the end of July. Do we know when the Eagles training camp started last year? When did they report last year to training camp? I would imagine we are about a little bit over a month away to Eagles training camp. And, of course, when the Eagles are back, you can listen to all the Eagles action on 97.3 ESPN. When did the Eagles report last year?
July 22nd.
July 22nd. So that's just over a month from now. The Eagles will be back at training camp. Think about that. It gets here fast, man. Summer starts moving. You know what happens? People come down the shore, get annoyed. You're ready for the summer to end before it even starts. And then the Birds are back. Speaking of the Birds, head coach Nick Sirianni, who is the backup quarterback? That's question number one.
Is Tanner McGarry the backup quarterback?
We obviously are rotating there at the 2 spot. I'm not ready to say anybody is anything as far as positions. We don't have to make any determinations there. But what Andy and Tanner have been doing every other day is rotating there with the 2s, and both getting a lot of good work.
When you're installing a new offense like this, how do you know things are on track?
Yeah, again, you're just looking for daily improvement in every phase. You go about that with the film study of what's happening there, of what we see on film, how we're going about it. Are you eliminating mental errors, right? With some of the new terminology, are you eliminating? Are you getting better at your snap points? Are you getting better with your cadence? Everything. So we look a lot at the things that take no talent. As we kind of say it, that goes into that. So that's one of the ways that we look at it. But it's the constant evaluation. I don't think there's anything that's like, hey, here are the benchmarks of it. You just are trying to see, you're just trying to see daily improvement in areas. Hey, are you not making the same mistakes twice? Are you fixing things that from the prior day before? Are your fundamentals continuing to get better because you're thinking less about your assignment and thinking and being able to focus more on the play of what's happening. So again, like I said, Dave, it's not, hey, here are benchmarks for it. It's just about the signs of daily improvement that we're looking for as we watch the tape multiple times after the practice, and then review it with the team, and then review it with the offense, and then review it individually with the position coaches.
Jalen Carter not taking part in team drills, is that injury related, contract related?
We don't have to. I don't have to get into. I'm not going to get into all those different things. Right now, I've been able to work some individual scenarios, on individual practices, and that's where everybody's in a little bit different boat right now of where they are in the off season, and that's where Jalen is right now.
Shoulder, fine, recover from shoulder surgery.
He's worked really hard to continue to get himself and to be the best position he can possibly be in to go into a training camp, and he's continuing to work with that.
From your vantage point, what is the relationship been like with Sean? In terms of how have you seen Jalen upgrade in the spring?
Yeah, trust has to be built throughout, right? And the way you build trust is not by one act of, oh man, that was he did this for me. Trust is built through consistently doing what you're supposed to do on a daily basis. And that's Sean doing it on his end, and that's Jalen doing it on his end. And that's how relationships work together. And that's how they are formed, and that's what those guys are working on, and I think Sean sees, and again, I'm going to speak for both those guys, but I know Jalen sees Sean's relentless approach and his work ethic and, his knowledge on offensive football. And I think, Sean sees Jalen's relentless approach to how he goes about every single day, being the same guy every single day. And so, the doing what he's supposed to do on the field and in the weight room, and the way Jalen goes about his work. And so it's just daily, consistent, building of trust. And that's what's going on right now. Again, and that's what they're working on right now. That's what we're all working on. Not just, I know that's what the relationship you asked about, but that's what we're all working on right now. And so it's a great opportunity to do that. It's a great opportunity also to get to know each other in this time frame, and not only the time you're spending on football, but the amount of times that we're together outside this building, and then the amount of conversations we have from meeting to meeting or before meeting starts. And so I know they're getting working all that stuff out.
As long as you have and seeing him when he's coming off being MVP, and now when he's got a new offense and people are wondering how to pick it up and what's the offense going to look like that AJ. You feel like there's a part of him that sort of relishes being in a mode where people are doubting it?
I think Jalen is consistent, very, very consistent. And Jalen has played huge in huge games. And Jalen's played huge in games where people are downing him. And Jalen's played huge in games where he's the favorite. So I just would say, I think sometimes that can be overplayed. As far as that goes, because I just think I think the best thing that Jalen does as far as his mentality with all that is his consistency. To know that you're doubted or being questioned, that you have to pay attention to what's going on the outside. And one thing I know Jalen does is stays locked into the moment and what things that he can control. And I admire that about him. And I think that, Bo, just to double down on it, I just think he's consistent regardless of what is perceived. He's consistent in his approach. I've always admired that about Jalen.
About coaching in internal battle and checking. Do you have the roots from that at all, given that Jalen's going to be learning a new offense, and there may be some sloppiness and some growing things early on? You have to kind of tolerate maybe possibilities of turnovers to get him to where he needs to be.
Yeah, I think, Mike, you're speaking of just interceptions, right? Because I think fumbles are a different story. Fumbles are a fundamental approach to it, and so I don't look at fumbles the exact same way as interceptions. Interceptions are happening with decision making, and as he goes through reads and stuff like that. So fumbles, never will I ever budge on that, because that's something that's the backbone of what we do fundamentally. I say to the guys an awful lot that this program and everything we're built on is built off fundamentals, right? And the most important fundamental that we have is the ball, and it will be treated as so. And so we, with the way we drill, with the way we coach it, with the way they emphasize it as players, we're gonna continue to pound that and make sure that we're diligent there. As far as interceptions, I think, again, I don't look at it that way. I want, Jalen knows how important it is for us to take care of the football, and and we're going to continue to preach that. That doesn't mean interceptions don't happen. Of course they do. It's a part of the game, but no, that's going to be, as long as I'm the head coach here, we're going to be very diligent about, again, winning that turnover battle and winning the explosive play battle and winning. And I know it's man, okay, that sounds simple, but there's an art to it, right? Because you got to be able to create explosives in different ways, and sometimes that takes, puts the ball at risk, right? But at the end of the day, that ball is still the most important thing. Our focus on, and when we'll know how to create explosives in that time, but taking care of the ball is the most important thing. And we'll talk about this all the time. Can we come out of a game with every drive ending in a kick? whether that's an extra point, hopefully, whether that's a field goal, or whether that's a punt. And so that's the mission of, of how we want to go about with our fundamentals.
Where do you see Eli Stowers?
Yeah. He has this ability to like change direction and to accelerate and to catch the ball consistently. That's unusual for that position. He has an unusual skill set at the tight end position, with the matchups that he is going to be getting on safeties, linebackers. He's fast, he's quick, he can catch the ball well, and he's still growing and learning in the position. Because there's still some similarity, there's still some newness to him playing that position, and so I think that he shows power. As far as his abilities to being able to block. Obviously we don't have pads on yet, so there's some unknown, but you can feel some of the power when he's hitting the bags and hitting his the guy across from him in a individual setting. And I think that you can see that he has that power, and it's very noticeable with his his jumps, like his broad jump, his vertical jump. He has explosive power in his body. And it's just about being able to go through those reps of getting better blocking. But we think he has that in his body with that, but he hasn't had to do it much, and he's relatively new to the position. So really excited about him, and I think he's extremely intelligent football player. You can see his quarterback background. You feel his quarterback background with some of the instincts that he has on the field, and also how he is in the meeting room, and how he picks things up. So extremely excited about him.
What are you seeing in terms of progress of the offense right now?
Yeah, that it's a process, right? That it's a process, and that there's, we're at day 8 of practices out here. We had some phase 2 days, obviously. Also, I think 2 weeks of 4 days out in phase 2 or so, and so whatever, with 8 practices at 16 times that we've been out in the field together. So, it's a process, and I don't get into benchmarks or landmarks as far as it's just about. I think Dave, or I think one of you guys asked me that question. It's just about daily progress. Where are you at now? Where are you guys right now? We'll see. Right? It's how are we progressing every single day? And the guys are working hard. The guys are being intentional about the things that are important to our program, tough, detailed, and together. In every phase, they're working their butts off, not only in team drills, but with the circuits that we're doing and the individual that we're doing. So I know that you get better as you consistently drop things in. It's not about anything that's, hey, we had a great day today, and then the other day. So no, if you can have a great day and be consistent about how you're putting things into work every single day, then you're going to give yourself the best chance to be where you want to be.
There's Nick Sirianni ending things off for today's OTAs, and that's probably the last time you'll hear from Nick Sirianni. I thought, the beginning, he gets asked the question about the backup quarterback. He said they've been rotating the guys at the 2, not ready to say anybody's there. I think everybody just assumed it was going to be Tanner McKee. Then they traded for Andy Dalton. You're like, what the heck did they trade for Andy Dalton for? Well, they've been rotating. They trade Tanner McKee. That's something to watch between now and training camp. So you got that there. Also, no Jalen Carter. Says, I'm not going to get into all those things right now. I've been able to work on some individual scenarios and individual practices, and everybody's in a little bit of a different boat right now. No Jalen Carter. It didn't specify whether it was injury-related or contractually related. I thought that was an interesting question. So a question from Jeff McClain, is his shoulder fine? And he said he's worked really hard to continue to get himself into the best position he can possibly be to go to training camp, and he's going to work on that. Translation, probably not ready yet. The shoulder. All right. Good stuff from Nick. And, of course, you can listen to the Nick Sirianni Day After Pressers all season long right here on the Sports Match Live, 97.3 ESPN, your home for Eagles football. When we come back, it is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, and it's on Millville's Mike Trout.
They're sitting there at 26 and 42. You're wasting yet another season of Mike Trout as you're in the basement of the AL West yet again. All of these rumors that Mike Trout could potentially be traded. People are wondering if he's going to go to the Phillies. Did you know that there was a week plus worth of protests from the fans for Artie Moreno to sell the team? This is not necessarily a zealous group. Again, no disrespect to Angels fans, but you're not Eagles fans.
No.
And if you made them this mad with your dysfunction and your inability to field a good product around an all-time generational star like Mike Trout, you have nothing to show for it.
Michelle Smallman this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, and it is brought to you by Cross County Connection, presenting 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles, providing fare-free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connect to jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. So Smallman's basically ranting on the fact that Trout's name is coming up in trade rumors again, with literally never even an offer for Trout being made. You know, I get a text message almost daily that is offering Mike Trout in a trade. He doesn't want to be traded. And the Angels, quite frankly, have no motivation to trade him. He doesn't want to be traded, and they don't want to trade him. We have a hard time processing this. Mike Trout is a great dude, lives in the area. We all love that fact. He has 4 years left on his contract at $37.5 million per year. You know, baseball's in a mode right now where teams are trying to shed salary, not add it. Mike is also at the time of his career where, unfortunately, he is slowing down a little bit. And while he's had a solid year this year, it's not a Mike Trout, not the Mike Trout that we all remember when he burst on the scene out of nowhere and became an all-timer. Well, this version of Mike Trout would certainly help the Phillies out, but at $37 million a year, we would almost wonder if he's closer. I don't want to say Trey Turner. That's not fair to Mike. He is hitting 232, however. And 232, now his on-base percentage is outstanding. That's a big number, 389. Listen, everybody in the listening audience acknowledges that Mike Trout is a right-handed bat that would look really good in the Phillies lineup. But as Michelle Smallman just mapped out, there is simply no evidence that he wants to be traded or that the Angels are ready to trade him. Look, the Angels are in last place. They're not going anywhere, and they know it. They got one draw. That's it, number 27. And if he's not there, you better hope the guy you get in return is the next draw. And I don't think that happens with the Philadelphia Phillies. And therefore, if Mike Trout was to leave the Angels, it may be for the Phillies, but I don't see a match there. So therefore, today, Michelle Smallman, you are my unsportsmanlike moment of the day. And yes, the Angels have messed this whole thing up. That's the way I see it.
I think the point you made just a moment ago about how the Angels are not trying to and have not tried to trade Trout is the biggest point of contention, because typically, no matter what sport it is, when the team starts initializing they want to move on from a player, that's when the real activity starts, and they haven't done that at all.
No, I don't think the Angels are, as she said, Moreno has just given no indication that he wants to do this. They didn't trade Ohtani when they should have done that either.
Yep.
Now he has 4 years left on his deal at $37 million. Not an attractive contract. Hitting 223. Terrible. 389 on base. Excellent. 441 slug, 831 OPS. Those numbers are all good. And by the way, 14 home runs would look pretty good hitting right behind Bryce Harper. Unfortunately, the Phillies don't have a lot to get Trout here. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Tonight's game day, you got Phillies baseball, you got Knicks and Spurs, NBA Finals Game 4. Check them out at the Fanatic Sportsbook with huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want. Geoff Mosher's back for Football at 4, and, of course, the Eagles' final day on the field. And, Geoff Mosher, we figured out that last year the Eagles were back on the field for training camp July 22nd. So that would be a little over a month from now that there'll be no birds, but July 22nd will be here before you know it.
Oh, it will be, but I don't like you reminding me of that. That. My annual reminder to let me enjoy my summer.
July 22nd, all right, I saw this over at ESPN.com today, and I definitely wanted to get your take on it. They had the rankings of the best personnel groups. I don't know if you caught this or not, but they ranked the Eagles 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers as one to watch in 2026. And now that would kind of indicate that Eli Stowers, the tight end, might be a big part of this offense that maybe we, don't, envision all that much. But what do you make of their 12 personnel grouping? Is that a way that we could see them line up a lot this year?
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about being a staple of the kind of offense that Sean Mannion's going to bring. I mean, his influences are Sean McVay. He's coached, or who he played for. He's coached under Matt LaFleur. I mean, these are guys who came up through the Shanahan Kubiak school, and what that is putting 2 tight ends on the field more so than what the league average is. And the Eagles were already above the league average in 12 personnel, but now they're going to be even more. And as opposed to last year where your number 2 was Grant Calcaterra and he's on the line of scrimmage and being asked to block guys that he shouldn't be. You shouldn't have to see that this year. They've got a guy like Johnny Munt who can block. We'll see with Eli Stowers will be a pass catching. He'll be an F tight end who gets flexed out a lot. I don't think you'll see him in line that much unless he's well ahead of the game in terms of blocking. But there's Dallas Goedert, who is your vintage Y. But it's really more about the backbone and the identity of what the Eagles want to do, especially in the run game, by having 2 tight ends out there in the run game. And then when you want to play action pass, it actually gives you a max protect look right from the start because you're really passing out of a running look. And then your tight ends can release from there.
It's interesting because if you heard Lane Johnson talk the other day, he talked about the new, offensive line coach and possibly getting some more help this year. Sounded like something that he was, kind of intrigued by, getting some help from the guard, because essentially the Eagles have always let him out there on an island just saying, we don't need to give you help one-on-one. So how, the offensive line's assignments are about to change, it seems like, as well.
Yeah, so let me sort of try to help everybody in layman's terms understand what Lane was talking about. If it's 3rd and 7 and Jalen Hurts takes a 7-step drop and there's 5 offensive linemen out there as usual and maybe a tight end who's probably going to be a pass catcher in that regard, you're not going to see Lane Johnson get help on the edge. What he's basically referring to is sort of what I was just talking about with play action, when you've got these larger surfaces of 5 offensive linemen and 2 tight ends out there creating a 7-man offensive line, and then a play that might be under center and start off looking like a run, but as a play action pass is going to start off looking like the tight end on the play side blocking the edge defender, and then the right tackle Lane Johnson and the right guard Tyler Steen putting a combo block on the 3 technique. But because it's going to turn into a pass, right, those 2 guys were blocking the same guy, and then all the assignments, the way they'll be the ability for the guard to help Lane Johnson there. So what he's really talking about is wide zone blocking, play action passing, more so than just pure drop back conventional offense. So that I think will be some of the passing offense, not like it's not like there's going to be this big thing where Lane Johnson's getting guard help a lot this year. It was just in that specific instance.
So let me go back to this 12 personnel stuff. Is that where you think they will line up primarily the most? Like that's what we'll see the most of?
Well, I mean, everything you do is dictated by how well you're doing it and down and distance. For example, the 49ers play a lot of 21 personnel, which is, the fullback, the running back, tight end. They play a lot of 12 personnel, which is the two tight ends. But when George Kittle got hurt and left the game, the 49ers had to play a ton of 11 personnel against the Eagles, and they wound up moving the ball pretty well. The LA Rams last year, and in week 3, was it that they played the Eagles, or week 4? I think
4.
it was week 4.
This year it's 4.
Right. So last year, I think it was week 3, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Last year in week 3, they were still probably more of an 11 and a 12 personnel team. They were definitely more of an 11 and 12 personnel team. As the season went on and they gained an identity at offense, they played 13 personnel about 30% of the time because they realized their tight ends were more multi-dimensional than their third receiver, who's like Jordan Whittington, right? And yet they were still able to run some good field stressing, defense stressing plays because they have Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua even out of 13 personnel, which is like nobody puts 3 tight ends on the field. They did it 30% of the time. The next highest team was like the Steelers at 12%. So that is something that worked for them, and they did it. So to go back to your question, will we see the Eagles play more 12 personnel? Theoretically, yeah, they should. I mean, that's the identity of the offense that Sean Mannion's bringing here. But what if the Eagles are, for whatever reason, have a lot of injuries on defense and they're down in games by 10 to 14 points early? Well, then they're going to have to throw the ball, and then they're going to want to be in 11 personnel. Or what if the defense is fine, but the running game looks like it did last year because the offensive line's not good and they're in 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 8 a lot like they were last year? Well, you're going to probably have 11 personnel on the field. Yeah. And then, Mike, we get into the sort of murkiness of, well, what happens when you have 2 tight ends on the field, but one of them is Stowers and he's flexed out because he's really just a wide receiver at that point. That's his skill set. That's really 12 personnel, but an 11 personnel look. It's like 11 personnel and a 12 personnel body.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I guess is, I don't know who wrote this, but they wrote, look for the Eagles to give you more under center. I think we think that's going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which leads to timing, boot, and play action concepts out of 12 personnel.
Yes.
Do we think there's going to be a lot of bootleg play action concepts? Because that's not something they ran a whole heck of a lot of.
Well, I think it would make a lot of sense because we know that Jalen Hurts typically prefers not to have his back to the defense. So even in a bootleg, yeah, as you fake the handoff, you have to have your back to the defense, but then you're running to the opposite side of the play and you're facing the defense, and you have usually deep overs or crossing routes involved where guys are coming from your right to your left. Let's say if you roll out left or the other way, if you're rolling out the other way. So it's just, it's a staple of the offense. It's especially when you have a mobile quarterback. It's a really effective play because it's essentially a misdirection where you get the defense flowing the opposite way of the play strength.
Yeah, one of the things too, you're talking about the 12 personnel. You have Goddard, who we know. Other than Goddard, I mean, Calcaterra, I guess, has been around. But would you say that the depth at wide receiver is better than your depth at tight end?
Probably more so, yeah. And weirdly, I wouldn't have said that in the last few years, but yeah,
right.
I mean,
they had
your third receiver is Marquise Brown. I mean, he's been a 1,000-yard receiver in this league, so that's pretty good. Dontavian Wicks might be your third receiver behind Mekhi Lemon and Devontae Smith. He's had success in this league, whereas your number 2 tight end is either a blocker like Johnny Munt, who's not going to catch more than 10 passes in a year, or Eli Stowers, who's really a wide receiver anyway. So, yeah, I would say that's a fair statement.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have now. You just said Hollywood Brown. You think he has a bigger role in the offense than Wicks does?
I don't know that. I mean, I think that if they're in 12 personnel and you have 2 receivers out there, it's probably going to be Devontae Smith, and either, depending on down and distance, it's either going to be Wicks or it's going to be Marquise Brown. Unless they want Mekhi Lemon out there and feel like he's doing a good job of winning on the outside. I think maybe later in the year, but earlier you'll probably see Lemon mostly in the slot. And it just depends on how Brown's performing within the offense. What's happened to Darius Cooper? How's Wicks performing? Are they in the red zone? Because then you want to use taller guys, theoretically.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4, looking at some of the Eagles OTA stuff today. One of the things, first question right on the shoot today, what's going on at backup quarterback? What is your read on them rotating guys? Because I think most people would think Tanner McKee was the guy. They trade for Dalton, and it was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. What do you make of that whole situation? Because I know, look, it's the backup quarterback, but the backup quarterback in this town means something, right? And do you read anything into the fact that they're rotating?
I do. I just don't know what to make of it yet, and that's something that
I do read into it. I just don't know what I'm reading.
Right, Kaplan and DeCecco and I have kind of chatted about this and said this is something we have to kind of monitor and look into a little more, because before, when it was just a couple of open practices, it was easy to assume that if they were trading off, maybe we were just the practices that were open to the media happened to be on days that Dalton was the guy. But I think it's now back-to-back practices where Dalton's the guy, and then Nick Sirianni didn't commit, interestingly, to McKee as his number 2. So that definitely it bears some investigation now.
So they write that 12 personnel. Is there a grouping you're intrigued by?
Yeah, well, I'm sort of intrigued on how Stowers might be used as a second tight end, but really a second or a third wide receiver. Might we see some 1-by-3 formations where your X receiver, the number 1 to the quarterback's left is Stowers? Because they used to use Zach Ertz that way. They've occasionally used Goddard that way, but the skill set that Stowers has, you could probably line him up on the outside, and with his athleticism, he could probably beat a few corners on an inbreaker or even a deep shot. So especially in the red zone.
He brought up many times today that Stowers is kind of new to that position. He was kind of talking about his blocking prowess. Yeah. So it'll be interesting, how they view him in what kind of role they want to utilize him in.
Yeah, and it'll probably be situational and slow to begin with. I mean, you have to be able to block in this offense, and if you're going to run 12 personnel, and we saw that with Grant Calcaterra. If you can't block, it's going to just foobar the entire operation. So, but he can catch, and I'm sure, we know that training camp for the most part is a passing camp, and he's still very early in his career, so it may not be right away. But I am curious to see how he develops throughout the year.
Do you think that the running backs will be a much bigger part of the pass game, or not necessarily?
You know what? I'm not even going to rubber stamp that, because I've seen it so many times. And me and Kaplan just joke about this on the podcast all the time. One year they threw the ball to DeAndre Swift like 20 times in a week. And we're like, oh yeah, this is the year that they're going to get the running back involved in the pass game. And it just has not happened. I think theoretically they would like to. I think it makes a lot of sense to do it, but and you probably will see it a lot in practice and in training camp. But when it's real in September, that's when I'll be proven. Somebody will prove to me that they will or won't do that.
Well, I agree with you on that one. I don't, because Barkley's not a guy you want to throw the ball to a whole heck of a lot, but is it, the year that they get that second running back a bigger role, right? Because Kaplan, we talked about this yesterday a little bit with you. Barkley, this could potentially be Barkley's last year here.
It could be. I think he actually is a guy I would like to see catch the ball more. He caught the ball great at Penn State. He has good hands. I know he's had some drops at times, but it's weird when he gets the ball in the passing game, it typically tended to be wheel routes that were down the sideline. I mean, he probably has more catches at 20 or plus yards than he has for 10 or fewer. I would love to see some quick dump off, some RB screens, real quick check downs or misdirections where he catches the ball in the flat, and give him some space. I think he can be a McCaffrey-like back if he gets the ball quickly from the line of scrimmage in the passing game.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4. The Eagles OTAs are done. The players are now talking to the media, so they are officially, that's it. They're done till July sometime, about a month from now. They shall be back for training camp, and, of course, we'll keep the football rolling. Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mosher, we'll see you, bud.
All right, bud. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Geoff Mosher, everybody. Don't forget the Inside the Birds podcast. You can get on all podcasting platforms, and it is brought to you, as always, by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The Fanatic Sportsbook is Ocean's go-to game destination with huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want. It's the perfect place to catch every play and every win. The Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Hill. This is the Sports Bash. And Nuggets on the way. We'll talk to Earnshaw coming up in just a little bit here. We'll get today's edition of the Nuggets. Hey, if you missed yesterday's conversation, you can always go back to the YouTube conversation with Kevin Cooney last night for the Cooney Report on Tuesday at 5 o'clock. We talked about the possibility of the Phillies making a trade for Tarek Skubal. See what he thought about that. That was on yesterday's show on the Sports Bash. Adam Kaplan for yesterday's Football at 4. We discussed with him all of the futures contracts, and that's when he talked about, hey, this could be the last year of Saquon Barkley here. They extended him, but really this is the last year of money in the contract. So that's something to keep an eye on as the Eagles continue OTAs today. Could this be the last year of Saquon Barkley? And if that's the case, how do they utilize him? As Geoff said, do they, throw him the ball more, make him a bigger part of the offense in the passing game? I'm not so sure about that. We'll see what the Eagles end up doing with Saquon Barkley this year. We know they have Will Shipley. He's been a guy that, quite frankly, Will Shipley got drafted and has kind of been collecting a check. I mean, he hasn't really had any role in the offense here. Which running back will be the pass catcher in the offense? I don't know which guy that is. Tank Bigsby, Saquon Barkley, as Geoff just broke down, a guy that, caught the ball at Penn State a little bit, but he has not been much of a pass catcher in the NFL. And then the backup quarterback spot, he said
Tomorrow and Friday, we will meet that criteria. More stormy weather ahead, too. Tonight, clouds and patchy fog. It stays pretty warm, low at 73. Hot and humid tomorrow, with late-day strong thunderstorms likely, high 93. The heat index approaching 100. One more day in the 90s on Friday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Go for the fun times and the tan lines. Experience an Atlantic City you never knew. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 425 of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Of course, the Nuggets in just a moment, but celebrate the World Cup 2026 with Soccer Fest at the Camden Waterfront. That is June 25th through the 27th from noon to 10 each day. You can watch across all 3 days on huge outdoor screens. Sign up for the New Jersey Youth Soccer Association sessions held at Rutgers Camden Field. Shop local at the Made in Camden Village. Check out the International Food Market, South Jersey's award-winning wineries and breweries and live music and more. Be sure to take the Patco to City Hall Station or take the New Jersey Transit River Line. Register for free tickets in advance. Do it now at soccerfest26.com. That sounds like 3 great days. I think I heard last night during the Phillies game that I guess Toronto, the World Cup is going to be starting up there this week, is when some of the matches up there will be beginning. They're going to be, of course, across North America with games in Philly at Lincoln Financial Field and up in North Jersey up at MetLife Stadium, which they're not calling Lincoln Financial Field or MetLife Stadium for these soccer events, but they will get underway. You see the Haitian team is in Atlantic City. They touched down, I think, at ACY yesterday, and I think they have practice. They're working out. Their practices are over at Stockton University, so that is where the Haitian team, they're staying in Atlantic City, I believe, and they are practicing at Stockton University out there on the Galloway campus. I think they made their first appearance out there yesterday. They landed, and they're getting ready for the World Cup. So the World Cup, I know Geoff, who's watching on the YouTube channel today, says, who's ready for the World Cup? Let's go USA. Anyone see the USA-Brazil women's soccer game? Brazil had 4 coaches and 4 players ejected in the game. Did not see that, but I know the women's team certainly has a much better shot at making a deep run in the World Cup than the men's team does. So, all right, we got plenty more to go here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Getting ready for the Nuggets today. Today's edition of the Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get Earnshaw up here in just a second. All right, Nick, we got today's Nuggets for you today. Hold on one sec. We're having some video stream issues on the other back end here, so we'll see what we can do. I don't know what's going on today. We got all sorts of crazy stuff. We got a ton of people watching on the video side. So if you're watching on the video side, all right, let's try that. Oh, I don't know what's going on there.
I got you, Mike. You got me?
And I don't know. Now, kind of give us a little look back at all the series and then look ahead to the next series as the Phillies finishing off against the Blue Jays and Luzardo pitching tonight against Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer is one of those guys, very interestingly enough, who, used to be a Cy Young stud. He's one of those guys at the end of the road who's just kind of hanging on and still pitching. But it's always interesting to see a guy like Scherzer keep going and keep pitching and basically. Am I hitting this button? There you go. You got it. All right. Let's bring Earnshaw into the video there now and bring him in for today's edition of the Nuggets. All right, Nuggets, what's up, man?
All right, I got you. We're here. We're ready to rock.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a video snafu on this side. The very expensive computers that they give us here, they just absolutely crashed and were restarting themselves back up. So the video portion of the show took a little bit of and of course this segment is on live video.
Yeah, it's okay. Things happen. My video goes out from time to time. Has some Wi-Fi issues. Hey, welcome to the world of broadcasting in our entire lives. Shout out to you and Josh for getting it fixed over there. But we got a lot to talk about, Mike. There's a lot going on right now. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes getting a little bit of an extension. He's getting $64 million in new money average, a record high, according to Schefter. Rappaport adding $239 million to his deal in total through 2033. So they added 2 more years to the deal. That's breaking right now.
Well, this is one of those things where I'm sure that they're trying to find ways to kind of reposition their cap situation, right? So this is one of those things that keeps happening. You just kind of keep restructuring and re-giving these guys new money. We were just talking about this earlier. Saquon Barkley, this could be his last year in Philly. He doesn't have any guaranteed money after this year. They gave him that extension a couple of years ago, and I said I was kind of like wishy-washy. Hey, it's nice to give the guy an extension. It means well, but last year he probably didn't earn that extension, right? He did not have a great year last year. So after this year, I think Adam said yesterday that if there's no more guaranteed money, they can move on from Saquon Barkley.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. And he doesn't have, what do you have, like 2-3 million guaranteed heading into this year, something like that, or after this year, whatever it may be. I mean, it's not a lot of guaranteed money. So I'm very curious. You see that with Patrick Mahomes. They restructured his deal, gave him an extension, and he's very well paid, to say the least. But with that being said, a lot of the Eagles, they were talking today, they're out of camp, etc. And a lot of them spoke. But I just kind of want to go through a couple of things here, Mike. I want to play a game with you for nugget number 1. All right, we're gonna call it will or will not on the Nuggets right now. I'm gonna read a statement with the Eagles, and you will tell me if it will happen or it will not happen. All right. So the first part of this nugget I will read off is number 1, Jalen Hurts will have double-digit interceptions this year. Will it happen? Will it not happen, Mike Gill?
That's a good question. Fair question, because he's going to be throwing the ball over the middle a lot more. He generally has been a guy that's taking care of the ball over the years, but how much of that is because of his unwillingness to take shots over the middle of the field? I would venture to say that it will happen, that he will throw double-digit interceptions.
2023, he had 15 total interceptions, had 6 last year. So, and he's been in single digits the majority of his career in the interception. So you say it will happen with Jalen Hurts. Think they're going to throw more?
Throw more? That's a good question. More dangerously. How about that? More dangerously.
All right. So Jalen Hurts will have double-digit interceptions.
Well, I was talking about this, because Evan Cohen made his proclamation that he's picking Jalen Hurts for MVP. And I don't see that happening for one major reason, because Jalen Hurts, when he was in the MVP conversation a couple of years ago, is because of his running prowess. In this offense, I don't see a lot of designed runs and running for him, and I don't know that he's a good enough passer, by himself to be the MVP of the league.
All right, there you go. But he will have double digits according to Mike Gill. All right, number 2 statement. The Eagles' total offense will finish inside the top 15.
I would hope so. For years we would say by accident you should be able to score with the offense that they had with Brown and Smith and Goddard and Barkley and the offensive line, and they couldn't do that. So you would say now they've lost A.J. Brown. Why would they be better? You're hopeful that the new offensive concepts, they still have. I think the offensive line will be the big factor here. I think they have enough talent in skill position players. If the offensive line is better, they should be able to run the ball better than they did a year ago, and that should propel them to at least the middle of the pack.
All right, next one. The rushing offense will finish inside the top 10 and over 116.9 rushing yards per game this season. That's what they averaged last year.
What was it?
So they will finish inside the top 10 in rushing, and they will average more than 116.9 rushing yards per game. That is what they averaged last year.
I would think they run the ball better this year. I think the offensive line should be better. I mean, those guys all took the whole offseason off. You had Juergens coming back from the back situation. Dickerson entered the year unhealthy. Now you got Lane Johnson coming back from the Liz Frank. So at the start of the season, those guys should all be healthy. Now, if somebody gets hurt like last year, that obviously changes the dynamics.
All right. So you think will they finish inside the top 10 though? You said they'd be better, but will they finish inside the top 10 in rushing? That's the statement.
Probably not.
All right. So no. So you're going will not on that one. All right. The scoring offense. The Eagles averaged 22.3 points per game, 17th in the NFL. They will go under that this year.
What was that?
So the scoring offense last year, they averaged 22.3 points per game, 17th in the league. They will be under that this year.
I hope not. That would mean Sean Mannion's going to get probably fired just like Kevin Patullo, and you don't want to see that happen. So I'll say no on that one. That's terrible. 17 points a game is horrendous.
No, they were 17th in the NFL. They averaged 22.3 points per game.
I can't even believe they scored 22 points a game last year. 17 sounds about right.
Yeah, so they're 17th in the NFL, and they didn't score a lot of points. It was frustrating to watch that team. And by the way, they averaged 311.3 total yards per game last year. Will they finish with more?
I think the whole offense is going to be better. So, yes, I mean,
Okay.
It has to be better. You almost that was so painful last year that you were willing to trade A.J. Brown just to change everything up. So it has to be better.
So with a lot of those statements, you feel as though the offense is going to take a step forward and they're going to be better. They're going to throw the ball more, which means that Jalen Hurts is going to turn the ball over a couple more times through the air because they're going to take those chances.
I just think it's going to be a lot more pitch and catch, like stuff I've talked about in the past. Like, hey, get the ball to your playmakers, let them catch the ball in space, and let them run and make plays, right? Stuff we wanted to see with A.J. Brown all the time. Just throw him the ball in short windows and let him run after catch. We just never saw a lot of that.
Yeah, and also with Jalen last year and A.J. Brown, Kerr put out an interesting tweet. Our buddy Geoff Kerr from Phillies Fastball put out a nice little Eagles nugget. I don't know if you saw the separation stat that he put out early. I think it was earlier today that I saw it. It was very fascinating because you look at what happened with AJ. You look at all the stuff going on with him and Jalen. And Kerr puts out this stat. If I could pull it up right here earlier today, AJ Brown had a career low 1.8 yards per separation last season. That ranked 135th out of 135th qualifying receivers in the National Football League.
He had over 1,000 yards last year, so you don't want to say he was horrendous, but he's not the A.J. Brown that we came to know. There's just no debate about it. He was nowhere near the same receiver last year for whatever reason. That whole report, he didn't think that Hurts wanted to throw the ball into tight windows into zone coverage. I mean, Yeah, maybe, but he was not the same player. Maybe Hurts didn't trust him getting open. Maybe he saw what those numbers just said.
Yep. He didn't trust him to get open. There wasn't enough separation there. And that's kind of what happens. He's now out. So it seems like, like we've talked about it, that he's going to be on the downturn. I mean, he's on the back slope of his, essentially his prime of his career.
Well, I think that's what the Eagles are banking on is
They're hoping.
We're willing to trade him with the thought that he's on the back nine here. I don't think they would have traded him if they thought that he still had prime years left in him.
Yeah, I don't think so either. All right, there you go. So tomorrow, or maybe Friday, we'll do the defense. Will or will not. We'll go through the defense. That was the offense today. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. Obviously, Johan Duran, he gets shelled last night, blows his first save of the year. Yeah, you can give him one. It's not everyone's Brad Lidge of 2008. All right, but that's not where I'm going with this. A Philly that I think people may have forgotten about will not return this year. Johan Rojas, who is getting close to his 80-game suspension, was ramping up to come back, has suffered a UCL tear in his right elbow and will need surgery and not return this year. Mike Gill, does anyone care that Johan Rojas is not returning?
No, we actually talked about him on Phillies Fastball yesterday or Monday because we saw that he was going to get his rehab assignment, was eligible to start today, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I was cracking up laughing, like, how did this guy get hurt before he even stepped on the field? They didn't know this, or they just don't want him playing at all. I don't know. But, no, I don't think anybody – now, I will say, would you rather have Stuart Baroja out there or – Johan Rojas? Now, they're both defensive players. Neither one of them hit all that much. But one thing Rojas was, excellent at was playing center field. But Rojas, we don't have a big sample size, but that's what he's more known for as well.
Yeah, and with Rojas, if he could just get a bunt down. He could not get a bunt down for the life of him. You ask him, all right, you can't hit. Can you get a bunt down once in a while in the postseason, something during the year? And almost every time, not every time, there was a couple times he got it down. But man, he couldn't even bunt. The guy couldn't bunt. And then he would go down to AAA and rake hit over 300. And you'd be like, where is this guy in the major leagues? He's just not built for it.
Nope. There's a lot of guys who do that. Felix Reyes going down to AAA, raking. Every guy that comes up here, they go back down there, and you're like, man, they, that's why you always say they take the AAA numbers, minor league numbers with a grain of salt. Everybody saw what Justin Crawford did in the minors. Like, what more does this guy have to do? He doesn't seem like he had to do more down there because it seems that this next jump is overwhelming him right now.
Well, Rojas, he came up on fire. He's making the big catches. Everyone's getting really excited for him. And I think, we talked about this a couple of times. If he was given an opportunity to get some at bats, maybe he could turn it around. Now you give Brandon Marsh some at bats. Look, he's turned it around a little bit more. Maybe if you gave Rojas those at bats, but this is a team that can't really afford to wait for a guy to develop and figure it out. They got to have a guy in there that can figure it out right now and go for it. I know they have Justin Crawford now, and they're kind of waiting around for him. But at the time, they were just trying to get somebody out in center field because they didn't have any center fielders, and Crawford wasn't ready yet.
When they brought Rojas up, I don't think there was any intention that he was going to be sticking around. He came up that season in 2023 and hit he hit over 300 and then an on-base percentage of 350.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was nuts. So yeah, he basically forced his way to be a part of the organizational's big picture. But after that first 2023 season, he just never improved offensively. And now you have a guy who's, I would think, essentially out of the organization's plans.
Yeah, I totally out of it at this point. Made some really nice catches out there in center field. Defensively, made an impact there. Offensively, after that year, he was a great contact hitter. But once he got into the postseason, pitchers were just lighting him up.
Well,
and
yeah,
he couldn't hit a curveball, slider, nothing other than a fastball. Unless it was right down the middle, he couldn't hit it.
Put it this way, though. Think about this. His first year up here, he hit 302 with a 342 on base percentage, which is pretty unbelievable when you think of 342. When you look at Trey Stinkin' Turner right now, 342, his on base percentage right now, I think would be 4th or 5th on the team. His career batting average is 252 with a 294 on base percentage. All those numbers are better than Trey Turner right now.
That's crazy. That's just a crazy stat. That's how bad Trey Turner's been. I mean, that's how bad he has been throughout this entire season. So there you go. Johan Rojas of old, he will not return. Probably won't return to a Phillies uniform. We won't see him at all. He had the 80-game suspension. The steroids clearly didn't work, and now he has suffered a UCL tear and is out for the year. So there you go.
I
would
think that we would never see Johan Rojas in a Phillies uniform again.
Yeah, it's a shame. I had fun watching him out there at center field make those crazy catches. It was a good time. Anyway, all right, moving along. Final nugget. This is a fun one. This is right up your alley, Mr. Mike Gill. You brought up the World Cup at the top of the Nuggets when we came back from break. I know Geoff in Ocean City, he's a big World Cup guy. He's all in on the World Cup. If you saw this, I don't know if you have. So I was scrolling around, and apparently Coors Light is doing a special drink for this specific tournament, right, in the World Cup. Coors Light, via Outkick, is rolling out a taller boy for the World Cup that holds 3 beers in it. So it's a taller boy. It holds 3 total beers. They're coming out with it tomorrow on the Coors website. It's like this gigantic bottle. I mean, gigantic can, I should say, of 3 beers. It's a taller boy, Mike. Not you're the typical tall boy. It is a taller boy.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm in on that because, I mean, you want to try to, you don't want to blast it down. You want to try to enjoy it. And now how warm is it going to be by the time you get to the bottom of that thing? Now, it could help out making multiple trips to go back and forth or whatever. What are they charging for that beer?
So for the beer, they didn't say how much it is. It's just going to be on the website tomorrow. That's all I've seen. I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Yeah,
gigantic, though.
I would imagine it's just another way for you to say, hey, the beer's $27, but you're getting 3 beers out of that thing.
I got it. It's $30. $30.
Yeah, I said 27. So they're giving you, it's like $10 a beer.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think you make the great point, the astute point. That thing is going to get warm. Yeah. That thing's going to get warm really fast. And you're not going to be able to enjoy it. Like, you're going to have to guzzle this thing. So you're spending 30, 60, 90. You want 3 taller boys. It's $100 right there. You're coughing up.
Well, you would think. So, it's a Coors Light. It's an easy drinkable beer. You're at the soccer game. You might get 2 of those things. So that's $60 right there.
Oh, no food. No food at all. Like, you don't get any food with that. For $60, 2. I don't know. I don't know if I can get the taller boy. And that's going to be a pain. It's like the beer bat, right? The beer bat, you're knocking someone off in front of you. Like, you're hitting them in the head with it next to you. Like, you're in your seat. You're at home. You're okay because you can't order it online. But if you're in your seat drinking a taller boy, yeah, no good.
My buddy got the beer bat when we were at spring training a couple of years ago. They had him down in Clearwater. And you have the bat in your hand. And now you're done. You got this empty bat in your hand. You're stuck with a bat all day.
Yeah, I know. Well, we did that for my father a couple of years ago for his 60th birthday. We got him the beer bat. And
are you a big fan of the commemorative cup?
Am I a big fan of the commemorative cup?
Yeah, when I went to London.
Oh yeah.
When I went to London, we have a bunch of cups that we brought home from us from the London series.
Yeah.
So we have those at the house. There are a bunch of them there. We cleaned them out. We brought them home and got them back. But the commemorative cup, when you go to a ball game and you say, hey, I'll get a large. They say, hey, do you want the commemorative cup? Do you go that way? Because then you got to carry it around the ballpark with you.
Yeah, I have to. I have to get one a year at least. Like, my entire kitchen where all the cups are is Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers cups. I mean, that's literally all it is. I mean, it's literally all the cups that I have, mugs, whatever it may be. It's all sports related. Those are my cups. Those cups are mine. My roommate doesn't get to touch those cups. All right. Does not get to touch those cups. My commemorative cups. That's what I drink my water, my milk out of, the whole thing.
So when you go to your house, you don't have glassware? Like, I can't get a glass?
I do. But I don't use it. I don't use it. I did not pay for that. My roommate, he uses that stuff. I use the commemorative cup.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I have a few. I mean, there's a couple in the house.
I got a ridiculous amount. I will post a picture today on Twitter, X. I will tag the show. I will tag the account. I will show you all the commemorative cups that I have. It's ridiculous. It's a little outrageous, to be honest.
I got a couple. I got some West Virginia ones. I got some old school West Virginia ones.
Yeah.
That I had. They moved around with me pretty much everywhere. We got the London series.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't. Oh, we do have a couple from Clearwater, like from a game down in Clearwater. We brought back to Jersey. So
yeah, definitely on the commemorative cups. Taller boy, it's a little much.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Does my camera shot look different today?
No, it looks the same. You got the new lenses. I think it looks the same.
What lenses?
You got a new camera in there, didn't you?
Well, we've had the camera, but I'm saying, doesn't the shot look a little weird or something over like this over here? You don't normally see all this.
Yeah, I think it turned to the left a little bit, maybe
I don't know
a little bit.
Well, we had some crazy stuff happen, and then I came back, and I'm like, this camera shot, like the arm here, the boom is all in the picture.
If you're asking me if you look good, you look fine. You look good. All right.
I started because I'm like, something don't look right here, so it's got me all thrown off.
All right, Mike. Those are the Nuggets. Hopefully tomorrow's Nuggets, I don't throw you off. All right. No taller boys.
I hope it goes a lot smoother than today's Nuggets. I can tell you that much.
All right,
we'll do it again tomorrow. There's the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, former Major Leaguer Dave Gallagher, as always, talks some Phillies baseball with us. Plus, I want to get his thoughts on the labor situation as a former player. Where does he see this thing going? Stick around. Dave Gallagher spent 9 years in the majors. 1995, he played with the Philadelphia Phillies. Always gives us great insight and analysis on the Fightins as they'll take on Max Scherzer pitching tonight. The Blue Jays. And it's Jesus Luzardo for Philadelphia. What's going on with this offense? I want to get Dave's thought on a couple things offensively. They scored a little bit more than last night. They struck out 15 times, Dave. When you're on a team that struck out 15 times, what was the next day like for a team that you were on that had struck out 15 times in a day? And maybe back then it was a little different, but I can't imagine accepting striking out 15 times in a game, but it seems like it's almost routine for these teams right now.
It's definitely different because I don't remember. I'm sure it had to have happened, but I don't remember being on a team, and I was on 7 different teams, that we had a 15 strikeout day. I'm sure there had to have been one, but I think your point is well taken. It's a different game. You had mentioned last week, I believe, and I thought it was a really good point, that strikeouts don't seem to matter as much as they used to, but they should. They really should, because you have zero chance of getting on base if you're striking out. And it is all about approach. The funny thing is, I will say this, Cease surprised the hell out of me with not just his fastball velocity, because it was up there, so he's feeling pretty good, but that changeup, when you can couple a changeup like that with the same arm speed and the same deception, it's hard, right? It sticks you in between. You always got to cover a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. You got to get started. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but
and that's after he was just coming off the injured list. He missed 16 days.
I know it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he was feeling pretty good. I don't know if he'll maintain that, but man, he was matching zeros with Wheeler. I will say, prior to that, my thought on the team was I believe that they were turning the corner approach-wise, because Stott stood out to me in the last, handful of games. He's had a lot of 2-strike hits, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they've gone center to left field line, 2 strikes. So it's just nice to see that him or anybody is not taking the exact same approach in a 1-0 count as they would in a 0-2 or a 1-2 count. Like, you got to play baseball at some point. And Mike, you and I both have liked Stott over the years, and I'd love to see him get back to being who he is, because it will help the team tremendously if he does.
One guy that really needs to get back to where he's been in the past, Dave, and I don't know what your takeaway on Trey Turner would be, but man, 226 on base percentage of, in the 270s. I mean, what's going on with Turner? Is this a lost season for him?
So bad, right? And it's so bad because of the money he's getting paid. Years ago,
let me ask you about that. You've played with guys who've made some money.
Yeah.
How much does that weigh on guys? I mean, that he knows he's
does.
making $300 million. You played with a guy, I'm sure, that never made $300 million, but at the time, whatever the comparable number was, how much does the money weigh on your struggles?
You still have pride and ego, right? So it's nice to be getting paid whether you do well or you don't. But you've got to face your teammates, number one. I've always felt like, playing defense, I did it for the pitchers. Like, that's how I took pride in that. I want to make plays. I want those pitchers to be talking about me when they're amongst themselves. Like, they want me out there. That's a strong feeling. And, the game itself goes back to when you were a young kid playing. You want to win, and there's no money involved. So the compensation is kind of, it's a pleasant afterthought, that's for sure. But, it does it dissipates accountability. Mike, I had one guaranteed contract in 17 years of playing professional baseball, 9 at the major league level. And I had to trick the GM into getting that. Like, I actually tricked him. It was Al Harrison. He was the GM of the Mets. I drove there from Jersey, and I negotiated my own contract, except for the final number, that was my plan. And I remember I wanted to go back there. My wife was pregnant, and I was commuting into the city for the games. And I I wanted level of interest. When I found out there was an interest both ways, me wanting to be there and them wanting me, as I was walking out the door, I turned and I said, "Oh, Al, you did mean whatever figure we end up is guaranteed, right?" And I caught him off guard, and he said, "Yeah." And then he stopped me. Like I just tried to get out in the hall. He stopped me and he said, "David, that's if Geoff Torborg, he was the manager. That's if Geoff agrees." And I said, "Okay, no problem." I couldn't get out to my car fast enough, and I called Geoff. And I said, "Geoff, this is what just happened." He liked me. I played for him years earlier on the White Sox, and we got along great. I said, "I need you to call Al and just tell him that you're okay with me being on the team."
Well, Dave Gallagher, by the way, you played on the White Sox teams with the numbers on the pants. I remember I had your baseball card.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They come up with some uniforms. Remember they wore shorts? That was before my time, but they wore shorts.
Shorts with like a polo shirt.
How you sliding with them on? That's the craziest thing. But back to your point, Mike, having that guaranteed contract and going to spring training and having a couple bad days in a row, you're paid through the end of the year, regardless of what you do. So for guys to have multiple years, 8 years, 7 years, $300 million, the relief it must give you as far as, your family and generations, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that really takes the edge off, but it's still, you want to perform over pride and to please your teammate, be part of a championship team, right?
I would hope so, because but the one thing with Turner is, and no one's questioning the man's pride, obviously, but he's hitting 226 with a 278 on base percentage. This is a guy who's a career 293 hitter. He won the batting title last year. His on base percentage for his career is 345. I mean, he's only 32 years old, so you're wondering, like, it's not like an age decline. You hope anyway. So what do you see from Turner? Why has he struggled so mightily from a guy that hit 304 with a 355 on base last year? I mean, this is a guy who, forget his home runs and all that stuff. You want this guy on base wrecking havoc on the bases. He's only on base 27% of the time.
You're right, and he can fly when it gets on. So I have something on that. I do have an opinion of why he's struggling. Well, first of all, you're going to remember I've said several times the reason I don't really like him at leadoff. I know they don't have many choices, and I know they bounce back and forth to Schwarber, him, but I don't like him there because he likes to attack fastballs early in the count, and I like a leadoff hitter like Stott used to be, that would go deep in counts. You're not going up to the plate wanting to get deep in a count. It's just that you're seeing the ball so well, you're looking for a certain pitch, and you're laying off pitches that are out of the zone consistently. So you get deep in counts. The whole team gets to watch that at bat and see what this guy's throwing. Does he have movement on his fastball? Does he have faith in his breaking ball today? Like, it helps you lean on a certain pitch when you get up there. That is not Trey Turner. He attacks early in a count. But here's what I see mechanically in him. I mean, I've made every mistake you can make. That's why I think I recognize it in other hitters. He's flying open. That's a devastating problem. When your front hip leaks early, it opens. Your head is attached to your body, right? So your head starts to turn too. You don't see the pitch that's away. That's a fastball in the outside corner, or what kills him is sliders. But there's sliders that are not strikes. So if you stay in a little bit longer with your front side, you just recognize the pitch a little better. And sometimes it's not to hit it. It's to lay off it. It's to see that this is breaking late out of the zone. Watch in the next handful of games how many sliders he chases and how often the opposing team throws him sliders away.
Yeah, we're talking about this in the first hour. I've never seen a guy end up in the other batter's box so many times. On swing and miss.
That's probably why he's chasing. And you're talking to a guy who I absolutely abhorred sliders, hated them. and I think for me, it was because I lacked the hand speed that I saw a lot of, peers in that at the major league level that had more hand speed than me. And what hand speed does is buys you a little bit of time to start your swing a little bit later and for pitch recognition. I didn't have that luxury, so I was getting fooled a lot. Like, I see what my brain and eyes are saying, here comes a fastball on the outside corner. And so I'd start my swing so I can get to what I think is a fastball. Nope, it's a slider. And I miss, and I go home, and I say, I will not do that tomorrow.
So,
like really beat myself up and then do the same thing the next day.
I know it's like Castellanos when he would strike out on that slider outside, you would see it pitch after pitch. It's like, don't you know that that's coming? I guess not, right? That's why these guys are really good. Dave Gallagher's with us 9 years. He spent in the majors. We always like hearing his insight. But conversely, you got Turner really struggling, who won a batting title. Marsh is having a heater right now. Do you watch him and see something that he's doing differently? And by the way, he's hitting lefties as well, which is he's been terrible against lefties in his career. What are you seeing with Marsh that has allowed this guy to possibly be an all-star and flourish?
My God, he's doing so good. I really get happy for these guys. You know, when Garcia turned it around for a little while, I just like, man, because I remember the emotions you feel when you're struggling that bad. For Marsh, it's been, man, he's creating a good career for himself. You know, there was a time not that long ago, maybe the beginning of last year.
He got demoted.
Did he get sent down last year?
He got hurt, and then they sent him to the minors for like an extended rehab assignment.
Yeah, and now look at him, right?
Yeah, it's been but since that time. By the way, Dave, he came up last year and basically, he didn't have a hit in the month of April last year. Not one hit.
Yeah, that's rough. Hey, I'm going to say there's only one consistent difference since Mattingly took over, and that's Mattingly, because Long's been here, right? The staff, I don't think there was another staff member added. I think the whole staff,
just the third base coach,
Watson, right?
Well, Watson became the bench.
They added the third base coach because Watson went into the dugout.
Watson is now the bench coach, and the guy who was the AAA manager came up to do third base.
You're right. And what I'm attributing the turnaround for a lot of players, but especially Marsh, is Mattingly. I'm telling you, I played against this man, and he was a total player. He could hit, he could produce runs. He had some pop, but he hit the whole field he used, and he hit for average, and he was a good defender. And I just heard, I don't know if it was a guest on your show. I think it was. It was earlier in the week who kind of just threw this out, and it wasn't the topic, but he mentioned that Mattingly said, he must have been asked this question. Mattingly said he doesn't want any involvement with the pitchers because he didn't pitch.
Yes.
But I will work with the hitters. He said that. And I knew that was going on. I just knew it. Like he's going to feel comfortable, and he's going to have the respect of those hitters. If he walks behind the turtle, the batting cage, and sees a guy pulling off with his front side or, head spinning, whatever the reason, he's going to say it. And he got a bird's eye view at the beginning of the season of how bad things were going because he was the bench coach in the dugout. Now he has the opportunity to actually speak up and not feel like he's stepping on Kevin Long's feet. He's going to talk. And what a difference.
That's interesting. Because they wouldn't even play him against lefties before. And then he essentially came out and said, well, the righties aren't giving us anything, so I'll stick with the better defensive player. And now they're at the point where they almost, they're playing him every single day, even against lefties, but he's actually hitting lefties. That's the one big thing. You could play against lefties and not hit them. He's actually hitting them right now. Now, it's a very small sample size. I think like 51 at bats.
Right. And look, I don't expect him or any of the lefties to, it's rare that you find a lefty hitter that hits lefties all year long better than he hit righties. Like that's a tough thing to find. But I don't think we would worry if he hit 240 against lefties and then 320 against righties. Like still doing some damage there.
What is everybody seems to have, or many people can't come up with it. Why do you think there is such a dearth of right-handed hitting right now?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's based on talent. If you push your way to the big leagues by production. I think the definition of what production is has changed, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it has changed. I just feel like I'll go back to what you said. I just think it was a comment that needs to be looked at a little bit deeper. That not striking out it can be beneficial. I'm not saying just put it in play to not strike out, but I'm saying if you have the same approach, pre-pitch approach in a fastball type count, generally speaking, 3-1, 2-0, 1-0, maybe even first pitch of the at-bat, depending on who you are. That was easy for me. If you're a guy like a Dave Gallagher that doesn't do a ton of damage, you know the night before in the hotel that tomorrow my first at-bat, he's starting me with a fastball in the zone. At least he's going to try. And he's a major leaguer, so I know he can. All I got to do is know his velocity and about when it gets started, and please start within the strike zone because I'm pulling the trigger here. Like, that's an easy approach. But as soon as if I foul that off, when I've got seconds to step out of the box, reset my pre-pitch approach, I'm not going to be a fool and look middle-in fastball, four-seamer, because he now has all these options. I have to give a little. And that's what I see missing a lot in today's hitters is they don't give. They fall behind in the count. It doesn't even seem to matter the situation of the game. Give a little bit, and you'll get some hits, and you'll drive in some runs. You know who does it really good is Harper. You'll see Harper take chances, especially against lefties. He'll take chances first pitch. I hope he throws in his zone, and he'll swing and miss a pitch by a foot. But then he'll get to two strikes and foul fastballs over the third base dugout late. But it's late by design. He's now protecting against possible off speed. And so when you watch somebody swing and you see the result tells you all you need to know. It actually tells the opposing pitcher and catcher. That's how they decide what to throw. Is this guy waiting, or is he just bailing and wailing? You know what I mean? Like, that's how they try to figure it out.
It's great to hear it from you because I feel like, okay, maybe I'm not all that off base because he thinks the same way I do on some of these things. We seem to have a lot of similar thoughts when it comes to watching these things. But I am very intrigued by your tweet that you put out last week, and it was, if you were the Phillies GM for a day, you have a deal that you're ready to offer. I remember last year, correct me if I'm wrong, you were touting that the Phillies should go get Harris and Bader, and they did. So it feels like you might have another deal that you are ready to talk to Dave Dombrowski about.
Well, it's not going to surprise anybody because I've heard the name bandied about, but I want to go even deeper and say how I would try to do it. Just understanding negotiation, right? Like, first of all, you got to give something up to get something. But also, you want to make the person you're negotiating with, you want to make them say no a couple of times to something, and then have them say yes to what it is you really want. So I want to, before I even offer this, I want to find out. Buxton is a 10-5 guy.
Yes.
Okay. So he's 10 years in the
with
big
a no
league,
trade.
Yes, he can nix any deal. So he has to want to move. And I would also,
he's been wishy-washy on that too.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the whole thing. You got to find out if he would do it. But I also, before I would pull the trigger on a deal, I would look into two guys that have recently been sent down. The Brandon Pfaadt from Arizona.
Yep.
He was a starter, right-hand starter.
Believe us, we all remember him.
Yeah. So he's had some success, but he's not doing well now. He's sent out.
He was at his best in 2023 in the Game 7.
There you go. Right. So there's something there, but he got sent out recently, within the last week, and then you got Bello from the Red Sox. Now Bello
signed a
is
big deal a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and that makes it a little different. But what I just read is that he was sent out to reset, that he's horrible as a starter, like close to a 10 ERA. But as a long relief guy out of the pen, his numbers are decent. So I would check on those two guys and find out, is either one of them available, because I'm about to offer our fifth starter.
Whoa.
Right? And then, I would offer Crawford and Painter. because like you gotta give something up, and I would ask for Buxton and Abel. Now stay
You're
with
taking Abel back for Painter.
No, but listen, they're going to say no to that. They're going to say no. They're not going to give up Buxton and Abel. That's my point about wanting to get them to say no. And then I want to find out, all right, well, who would you be willing, like, to give up?
Mm-hmm.
And are you interested in Crawford and Painter? Here's who I really want. Don't laugh at me, but I want Buxton and Clemens. I want Clemens back. And now let me explain why. Their bench, the Phillies bench, is terrible right now. It offers nothing. The only time they have something on the bench is when a starter doesn't start. So now you have a weaker lineup, but you have somebody to come pinch it up. That's not good, right? So I think if you can get Buxton, boy, does he check some boxes. You have an everyday center fielder. He's got flexibility in where he can hit in the order. He can lead off. He can split Schwarber and Harper, right, with some pop. Yes, he's injury prone, but the reason is similar to Harper. He plays the game like a football player. Like he'll bang in the walls, he'll dive on turf. So yeah, he gets hurt. You got to cross your fingers because he plays. You can't tell the guy, hey, back off, don't play as hard. Harper gets moved into first where he's less likely to get hurt. But Clemens, because Clemens is now starting for the Twins. He's hitting third sometimes, fifth sometimes. He's actually got a bunch of home runs. So I would sit him down with Sosa and say, I now believe we have balance coming off the bench from the left side, the right side. Both of you can play multiple positions. So we have flexibility when we rest guys or somebody gets hurt. We got everything but catcher and pitcher covered between you two guys. I feel like we have the best bench. You guys got to be ready. You're going to get in games. If you don't start, you're probably going to pinch hit. Who do they have to pinch hit right now?
Sosa is the only guy.
Yeah, and sometimes he's starting or platooning.
Yeah,
so
right.
So the other thing I would do, I'm getting rid of a third catcher. Why are we carrying a third catcher?
I don't know what their reasoning is for that. I guess it has something to do with if they send one of them. They're not going to send Marchand down. I think if they send Stubbs down, something happens there. But it's all contractual, I believe.
Yeah, but I'm going to say why I would do that. I don't want a third catcher. I'd rather have a guy that can steal a base when the other team knows.
Especially, Dave, if the third catcher can't hit.
They can't.
Right. It's one thing if the guy's a butcher behind the plate, but he could swing the bat a little bit. Neither one of them swing the bat.
I agree. I'm not carrying three. I'm carrying two and having somebody in AAA who, somebody gets nicked up, one of the catchers, he gets called up that day. But look at what happened last night. It's a perfect example. They get a base hit, down by a run, Toronto gets a base hit. Shaw pinch runs because he can run. His success rate, I didn't know until I saw it on the screen last night. It's like 85 or 86% in his career of stealing the base without getting thrown out. He's running, guy hits a base hit. First, I don't know if that was a hit and run or a straight steal, and the guy swings the bat. They pinch run for him. Varsho goes first pitch. JT gets thumbed on the cross up, but now they got second and third. Who do we have that will steal? Like, you could throw Stubbs out there. He can run. He might be able to score from first on a double, but I don't think he's the guy you put out there and say, okay, they know you're going to pick a pitch and run.
Right.
Go ahead and steal base. And you maybe have somebody in your system.
Well, you had Rojas, who obviously got banged, and now he's out for the year. They just announced today he has an elbow injury. The kid they brought up, Baroja, who they put into center field because they hit Sosa and then defensively replaced Sosa with Baroja, who plays center field. I guess he can run a little bit, but he don't hit either.
Yes, I that would be my goal. That's, I think, their needs. And if I'm Dave Dombrowski, it's time to be accountable yourself. Like when Thompson gets fired, the team is 9-19. If they play 500 baseball under Mattingly, this is a different conversation that we're having. Because at that point, I think even the fans would say, look, see if you can dump some of these long-term contracts, even if you have to pay some of the money, to a contending team and get young prospects in return. Let's hit the reset button. But that didn't happen. they did their job. The players did enough. The pitchers certainly did their job. The coaching staff and Mattingly did their job. So it's time now. Take a shot. Like, you don't have, the window's barely open. It's open, but it's barely open. You have a chance. And I think Buxton is a guy that fills, like I say, checks all the boxes.
Definitely.
Clemens helps the bench. And then you try to get a guy that can, it's not going to be hard to find a guy production-wise to be the fifth starter. And now I'm going to say, so I'm not sounding like I'm bashing Crawford and Painter. They're both high-end guys, and they're not performing. But I think you could have any pitching coach on any team look at their film and see, and they're going to want a shot with this guy, because coaches have egos too, and they love to be able to say, I fixed this guy. Now he's an all-star.
Yeah.
So his fastball is straight as a string. I know, and all I know about pitching is how to try to hit it. But I think, there's probably a lot of pitching guys out there right now would say, okay, well, you put a little more pressure on your middle finger and the ball cut, or you overload the right side of the ball just a little, or you throw a two-seamer. So that'd be the one thing. He's got velocity, and he's got a pretty sharp breaking ball. So there's a tie. There's research to spin rate and velocity when you're trying to predict future velocity. So a young kid, say, sophomore in high school that has high spin rate, there's a good chance that he's projectable as far as velocity in his future, as long as he physically fills out. So that's there with Painter. The other thing I'd like to see out of Painter is compete, man. So if I'm the pitching coach or even one of the pitchers, I'm going to Painter last night and say, do you see how many times Wheeler came up and in? He dusted it with left-handed hitters, but man, it wasn't just in off the plate. It was up and in.
Yeah. Well,
And
it
it
seems that
wasn't
one of
by
the problems
mistake.
Painter's having, Dave, is he just can't command still. Like the Tommy John, that first year. Now, the second year back, you hope that they can get that command back, but it just doesn't seem he has it.
Let me just say quick, a game within a game. All right. I'll try to paint a picture. As a hitter, you want plate coverage. So the hardest pitch to physically reach with the sweet spot on your bat, right? You're not just trying to hit a ball with your bat. You're trying to hit it on the sweet spot. So the hardest one to reach, it's not just outside. It's down and away because the bat is in your hands, which is up the top of your body. So what do hitters do? Whether they start in their stance with a slight upper body lean in, or if they start straight up, when they land with their stride foot, their upper body leans in. That gives them coverage of every single strike. You know who doesn't like that? Pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
So when you saw Wheeler go up and in several times, it pissed off the Blue Jays because now they got to think twice. Is he going to double up in here? And no, he's got that beautiful two-seamer that rides away. And then Hoffman comes in late in the game, and there's the payback, just the message. You're going to come up and in our guys, and he did it to Garcia.
Right, yep.
Almost hit him in the face. And then there was a look on him, right? He strikes him out. Garcia looked out at Hoffman a little bit, and Hoffman looked back. And his strut, like he had a little bit of body language as he strutted off the mound. That's the game within a game. I like it. Funny thing is I hated to be thrown inside as a hitter, and then as a college coach, I demanded it out of my pitchers.
Yeah.
Like, you have to come in to set up soft and away. But Painter does not do it. And to your point, Mike, maybe he just can't right now. But there's a lot there. And to finish up the thought, Crawford to me is a potential 30 to 40 bags a year guy. I think he'll learn to hit better. Like the fly balls for him, for the amount that are going to leave the yard, it's not worth hitting so many fly balls. And I'm not even saying he's trying. He gets under a lot of balls. You hear Kruk, Kruk knows what he's talking about. So does Ruben Amaro. They know the game, man. They've been in the game forever. And you'll hear them say, I hate to see him with a fly ball. Schwarber hit the fly ball because he just missed it. It's okay, because he's going to get enough of them that he connects with that are going to leave the yard. That's a big difference.
Dave Gallagher, everybody. We learned a lot today, of course, as we always do when Dave's on the show, and had a little fun with that. So we will be talking to Dave weekly here. We'll do more on Wednesday next week. Phil's, by the way, Mizorowski this weekend facing Painter. Mizorowski throwing 101 miles an hour. He averages almost 14 strikeouts per 9 innings. How many, what's the over-under on Phillies he can strike out? 18, something like that? We'll see. Dave, always enjoy it, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, Mike.
There's Dave Gallagher, everybody. You know, Dave was the third overall pick in the draft. 1980, he was the third pick in the draft. He didn't sign, and then he ends up signing, getting drafted again. This is back when they had the amateur draft in January and then the secondary draft in June. He got drafted in the first round twice. He was the third pick and the 8th pick, and ended up signing with Cleveland. And he'll join us each and every Wednesday throughout the rest of the summer here on the Sports Bash. And I do appreciate all the people texting in that tell us that they really love hearing Dave and all his insight and analysis. I love hearing it. I mean, I'm getting this. Dave played with Carlton Fisk, Harold Baines, Cal Ripken, John Smoltz, Greg Maddox, Tom Glavine, Steve Carlton. Think that guy doesn't have stories? All right, more Sports Bash coming up. When we come back, here's the question I have for Josh. See if he can answer these questions. How many could he get? That's next. This is the Sports Bash. 5:38. We ran a little long with Dave, but he was really good, so I didn't want to cut him off there. So we'll do Dave every Wednesday. By the way, tomorrow on the show, we got tickets to give away for Boxing Insider Promotions, who bring you the 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. We'll do that on tomorrow's show.
Yeah, so if you can't win tickets tomorrow, you can go to Ticketmaster.com right now for the boxing event of the summer season. The two undefeated heavyweights, Mike. I think these guys can't get their hands on each other. They're tired of talking. It's Bruce Seldon Jr. versus Josh Popper, two rival schools. You know, Holy Spirit, Absegami. They're going to go head-to-head. They're both undefeated. This Saturday, June 13th, Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Also on the fight cards, Pleasantville's Julio Sanchez III, as well as super welterweight Damian Tenorello are just some of the fighters in action this Saturday, June 13th. Tickets on sale right now. Ticketmaster.com. You do not want to miss this. It can be action-packed all night long. Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City.
All right, so saw this today. I don't know if you came across it, but
I've gone out of my way to not even look at the text. I wouldn't look at the text board. You don't accidentally stumble upon your notes.
So looking for the last Phillies All-Star at every position.
Okay. This is interesting.
All right. Can you name the last Phillies All-Star at every position? All right. We'll start with the catcher.
I feel like I might be wrong, but wasn't JT Realmuto an All-Star at least once in Philadelphia?
Is that your answer?
That's my answer.
All right. Yes, that is correct. He was the All-Star catcher in 2021.
All right.
All right. The last first baseman.
Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper in 2024. Second baseman.
Ooh, this one's tough. I feel like this might be a bit of a catch question because I feel like it might have been someone more recently, but I'm going to say Chase Utley, but I don't think I'm right.
Chase Utley, 2014.
Oh, so he was the last
one. The last one.
Okay. I thought there might have been somebody squeezed in there somewhere.
Nope, 2014. Chase Utley was the last second baseman. What about the last third baseman?
The last third baseman. Well, Alec Bohm.
Alec Bohm. Shortstop.
Oh boy. I don't think Trey Turner's been an All-Star since he's been here. Or maybe he has. I might be wrong. I'm thinking. Listen, I am going to hate myself if I get this wrong, but was Gene Segura ever an All-Star in Philadelphia?
If he was, it wasn't at shortstop.
All right. Well, that was my guess. I was wrong.
Trey Turner, 2024.
So he was an All-Star.
2024.
Okay. Oh, was he part of that team that had like 6 guys on the team in 24?
I guess so.
Because like him, Bohm, wasn't it like, Hoffman and like a bunch of other guys were all like All-Stars at the same time?
2024. A lot of guys.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the outfield. Who's the last outfielder to make it? Not necessarily left, center, or right, just the last outfielder.
I'm going to go Nick Castellanos.
Castellanos made it in 2023. He is the last Phillies outfielder to make it.
We kind of forget how many All-Stars they had in recent years.
Obviously, the DH was Kyle Schwarber. I'll even give you that one. The last relief pitcher.
Jeff Hoffman.
And Matt Strahm. I would have given you points for either one. And the last starting pitcher.
Last starting pitcher. Would that be Christopher Sanchez?
Zach Wheeler in 2025 is the last. Remember, Sanchez didn't make it last year.
Oh, he didn't make it. It was controversial, right?
Yeah. And him and Suarez, neither one of them made it, and that was a big deal.
Right. That was a big controversy last year. Yep.
So I would imagine Realmuto will not make it. Harper is a possibility.
There's a chance he gets voted in.
Stott will not make it.
Nope.
Bohm will not make it.
Nope.
Turner will not make
Definitely
it.
not.
You might get Marsh in the outfield.
Listen, Marsh has got probably a better chance than a lot of guys because he's at a position where you have 3 votes. You can vote for 3 different people. So
Schwarber has a great shot to make it.
He's pretty much a lock.
Duran would be your possible relief pitcher, and then you've got Sanchez will most likely definitively may even start the game. And we'll see if Wheeler makes it or not. I think if, Wheeler pitched well last night again, that gives him another, his ERA should have dropped again last night. If he would have got the win, that would have been a nice look for him. But just the fact that he missed the first month might keep him out.
I just wonder if he can go on a run. I mean, how many starts do you think he has between now and the All-Star game? Like 4 more, 5 more?
All-Star game is what, July 14th, I think.
All right. So
right? Is that right? July 14th?
I'm looking it up right now. So, but either way, if it is July 14th, that's what, 5 more starts, 6 more starts?
Yeah, I mean, he started last night. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 6 more starts. Shouldn't be hard to find when the All-Star date is. I mean, this is like rocket science over here. Just bring up the calendar.
Yeah, well, the problem is I didn't. Yeah, July 14th.
Yeah, July 14th. We're going to be at Yuri's that day for the All-Star Game celebration party.
Ooh.
We're going to be at Yuri's in Wildwood. That's why I figured it was the 14th, but I wanted to make sure. We're going to be at Yuri's next Wednesday, by the way, for a Phillies Day game watch party.
Love Yuri's.
And that will be our first of many. We will be there Wednesday the 17th, next Wednesday. And then we will be there on July the 2nd for Phillies Pirates. We will be there on July 14th for the Phillies All-Star Game celebration. Because the game's in Philadelphia this year, we will be there. So we got a bunch of dates coming up at Yuri's in Wildwood. By the way, some Eagles news.
This is interesting.
The Eagles have signed former second-round pick and defensive lineman, defensive end, kind of an edge rusher, A.J. Epinesa, who was a second-round pick of the Bills out of Iowa. Many people thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
Right.
And he ended up, I guess he's been up and down. Started 19 games. He has some interesting numbers. 24 sacks in 91 games, 21 pass breakups, 29 tackles for loss, 53 quarterback hits. He's been a pretty productive player. And one of the areas that, Epinesa, he's 6'6". He's a guy that bats down a lot of passes. I think he's the kind of guy that Fangio will like, that he can use him in drop coverage a lot. So Epinesa, they also signed a lineman, Michael Jordan, who pretty good basketball player, I heard.
Not Michael B. Jordan, the actor.
Nope. But Michael Jordan was a 4th-round pick, made 50 starts in the NFL. So he's a guy with starting experience, and they signed him today. But obviously Epinesa, that's a very interesting name because he's a guy that I would imagine definitively makes this team. And
He's the kind of player, because of his age, I believe he's going to be 28 years old this year. And because of, just like you said, his size, he just makes a lot of sense for a team that does not have any guarantees behind the stars defensive end.
Well, you've got obviously Hunt and you've got
Grenard.
And then Brandon Graham has kind of been that other name, but maybe that just means they're not going to bring Brandon Graham back, or if they do they try to trade Nolan Smith? Does that open the door for something like that? I don't know. But I definitely think Epinesa, I was a big fan of his coming out of the draft.
He was amazing at Iowa. And one of the things he showed at Iowa, by the way, and the Bills, is he can kick inside in certain situations. He can be that guy. If you want to throw him in there next to like a Jalen Carter or a Jordan Davis on like a 3rd down situation, you could do that.
Well, it's weird because, and I guess I'm just reading this now, I could have sworn he signed with Cleveland, and now I'm reading that he did.
He failed the physical.
Okay. Because I was going to say, wait, the fact that he's signing now is kind of interesting to me. Why did anybody else? And turns out he did sign with Cleveland, and there it is. The deal fell through. They did not feel comfortable finalizing the deal after the physical back on March 18, 2026. I guess I missed that he got let back out on the free agent market. So he does have some injury issue there.
But apparently, the time between March and June, I guess, rectified whatever the failed physical was, and the Eagles cleared his physical.
George and Galloway. Wow, I didn't even realize A.J. Epinesa was a free agent. Me neither, George. I thought he signed with Cleveland. He says, I wanted him badly coming out of college. Me too, George. Great low-key signing. I agree. That was the the COVID draft, the
Yes.
2020. Let's see.
That was the
got
draft when
taken-
everyone was all a mess with who they picked when and where.
Yeah, he got drafted. Let's see, because he got drafted right. The Eagles picked Jalen Hurts to pick before, and that's why everybody was going nuts because Epinesa was on the board. And it was like that's what many people thought he could have been a first round pick. The Eagles took Hurts, and that started an explosion because Epinesa was, really the next pick. Josh Uche, by the way, was picked right over there, as well as Jeremy Chin. He was on the board, a guy that a lot of people, Logan Wilson, some guys that the Eagles fans were hoping, hey, we took Jalen Hurts and these guys were available. Epinesa was one of them.
Yeah, and now we keep retreading the guys they could have had, and maybe Howie Rose, like, you wanted this guy, Uche, but AJ Epinesa was here.
549. That's like the Brandon Graham thing. You could have had a bunch of different guys.
Earl Thomas,
who turned out to be a really good player, by the way. And
wasn't JPP picked after him too?
JPP as well. But at the time, Brandon Graham got off to a slow start, and those
Very
guys had
slow
been
start.
successful.
Yep.
And then it turned out that Brandon Graham had the biggest play in the history of the franchise.
Yep.
All right, we'll wrap up today's show. Coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, get ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Fun show today. Thanks to Dave Gallagher. As always, Mike McGarry, Geoff Mosher. They joined us right here on the Sports Bash. Tomorrow we are back, and we'll talk a little football. We'll get a recap of the OTAs with Johnny Mack. Andrew DeCecco, we'll get his insight on what he saw over the 2 days at Eagle OTAs as well. Hey, before we get out of here tonight, let me tell you about my friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage. Of course, Clark's is the premier moving and storing spot in South Jersey. If you need to move somebody, you need help moving, don't call your friends. Call my guys at Clark's Moving and Storage, 609-889-0780. That's how they'll get you moved from one place to the next. Your new spot will be all moved in from Clark's Moving and Storage. The best of the Sports Bash hour. It's coming up next.